Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience, various perceptions, while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, so come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave
Islamism.
Welcome to a new wave of thinking. Greetings, how are you?
Very well. How are you, Star?
I'm doing well. Been keeping busy these past couple days.
Star Sasha tapped into.
Okay, greetings, Star Sasha. How are you today? Let me see, where are we? Here we go. Greetings. Hope all is well. So, okay, so tonight, how are you doing, Bro Star?
I'm excellent. I got a funeral to go to tomorrow. And then a repast, Other than that, I'm good.
Okay, so you got to be prepared to be around family you probably haven't seen in a long time, and everybody, curious about who you have become, and finding that balance in the new you versus the you that they are comfortable with. And so that's a lot of unspoken things to have to deal with. But yeah. So I'm in the I'm gonna be moving around for the first part of this session. This is episode 10.
Episode 10.
Yep. And tonight we're talking about law and civics, and the description is a synopsis of where Brother Elia Garb here sees what law is for this new era that we're about to that we are moving into, steadfast and forward. And so if you want to go ahead and, talk about what third world order is, because I believe it's good to start there, because third world order sets the stage for the need for the changes that must take place. And then talking about uh, part and parcel, because that's the law of everything there, and going into Amexem Trust. And so how it all pulls together and makes sense in one person to share with us tonight. So how does that sound?
It sounds excellent to me.
Because you've been talking about it. This is what you have, dedicated your time and your life to. And so this is tonight is a concentrated conversation based on that, so we can bring everybody back around to how we even got here.
Yes, ma'am.
So the floor is yours. I yield. I'm gonna mute while you speak, so my clicking and banging, but I might not be on screen, but I am here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So Islamism. Islamism is Islam in action. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice in action. I'm not going to go into a deep history about myself and what qualifies me to make the decisions that I make and say the things that I'm saying. I will entertain any questions from the floor along that level, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go into that part. Instead, what I'm going to go into is what I call the foundation of us. And for everything, see, I maybe I will a little bit. I never was a person who just talked about stuff and then, it doesn't matter after I say what I say. Once I speak for a reason, and I speak to clarify, and I speak to bottom line any type of problems that might be associated. When we talk about who we are as a people on this land, we already know it's convoluted. And then as we hear certain things, like when I was a child, I heard somebody say the truth is stranger than fiction. And it's just so ironic that the truth is actually based in fiction. If you watch Marvel cartoons or anything like that, the same things we say, Netaru, Ra, Ma'at, all of that, Marvel talks about that in science fiction as if it's fake. If you watch movies with the Tomb Raider or anything like that, The Mummy Lives, they all discuss that world that we call mythology. They all search that world, right? So, okay. So now we grew up in a world where everybody has a religion. Even if you don't, let's just say, sake of argument, everybody has a religion. So then years go by, you're beat down by the religion and the people in the religion, the actions and inactions, a lack of action from the religions, and then you hear about the Moors. And you figure it's just another religious organization, but it's not. It is more than that. The Moors, what is supposed to be going on is we are supposed to be building our own nation. So when I came in, there seemed to be so many sheiks and temples that I didn't understand. Well, if there's this many people, why isn't the nation being built yet? Why isn't this nation built? Why isn't this nation on the map? Ooh, I found out reasons why, okay? And so I'm not gonna sit here and just talk about the Moors. What they did, didn't do, how it's supposed to be done. Instead, I'm gonna tell you this. We're supposed to be taking our birth certificates, social security cards, and moving them away from the United States and working them through our own trust that we are all supposed to develop. But according to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, they're supposed to get developed as a nation, not as individuals. Individuals who do this, when everything goes wrong, they're going to find out that they are considered belligerents. A belligerent doesn't have the backing of any nation. So all the individuals are going to find out that they're belligerent, and then that's going to cause another problem. So I'm seeing this, and I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. We're not signing 501c3s. We done took back the birth certificates. We're not supposed to be accepting offers from the authority, the people who think they're in authority now. We're not supposed to be dealing with none of that. So then how do we set up our own government? So I look around and then I ask myself a question. Did the United States sign a document with England to be the United States? Did they sign a document with any other country to be the United States? Oh, they did. They signed a treaty with the Moors to be the United States. They signed a treaty with the Moors to be the United States. So if they signed a treaty, hold up. The law of the land says when you sign treaties, only really international. A treaty is an international document between two different nations who are working out their grievances and their differences to be one. So I had to tell myself, whoa, whoa, slow down. If we have a treaty and we are supposed to be building up ourselves, then maybe some of the things that we see going on through the Moorish Science Temples and other organizations, they're wrong. So now I go and I study, what does it take to build a nation? Oh, it is so simple. And I was trained for it, which is the reason why I said I'm not going to go into it. So here's how simple it is. You decide what your nation is about, who your nation is for. Well, Prophet Noble Drew Ali gave that to us. He said that our mission is to uplift fallen humanity. We do it out of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and we stop using slave titles. Oh, okay. So now I see the difference between like the arguing amongst the Moors and then the different Israelite Muslims and Christians of us who want to argue with the Moors. Stop. We're building a nation. So I sat down and developed the Third World Order. Since we're the poor people in all the poor countries, or third world countries, right? We're the poor people on this land. We don't have nothing. We can't get it. Oh, okay. So then we're going to develop a third world order where? People are going to live in a respectable manner, regardless of what you do and don't have. Your wealth don't matter. Your religion don't matter. Wealth don't matter. It'll be easier for a camel to get through the eye of the needle than a rich man to get into heaven, right? So we take all of that into concept. Third world order. Hold up. We're not arguing about religions. If you inhale and exhale, if you come from a womb, you are a member of the third world order. I can't do nothing about your race, where you're at in the world, or I can't do nothing about that. I didn't establish us to be us. The creator of all things did. So I just can't remove, like, if I have an orange, right? Split the orange in half. I cannot not give it to someone because of their skin color. You see what I'm saying? We both got to eat. If I got a clean glass of water and they're drinking dirty water, I cannot just sit there and drink that clean glass. I got to give it to them. Their skin color don't matter. I got to split that in half with them. Do unto others as you would have done unto you. Obviously, our ancestors, and I mean on all sides, did not follow these lessons completely. However, since we're clean and pure nation, according to Prophet Noble Dwali, I must operate on this level. So for all intents and purposes, Third World Order operates from the authority of the Moorish Science Temples and the way Prophet Noble Dwali told us to operate. We see our leadership differently, wherein me sitting in my seat, I'm Caesar, but that's something I came from my mother's womb with it. And all the women are Ma'at, all of them. But El Christina Akshita Veda, let's say she's the supreme mother of the Ma'at. She's the one who has designed the way and putting forth the way. So through the Third World Order, the Psi Stars are expected to come through her to build our Supreme Court justice and things of that nature. Third World Order, we're not fighting over religion. You're automatically a member. And it's not signed with any state. It's not. It's signed with us. This is our religious trust. We're not signing it over to be a United States corporation or any of that. We own this from our own governance of self. All the religion, we're not arguing religions. We're not, we really can't kick anybody out. It's international. These are the benefits of the Third World Order, and it's yours. Now, from the Third World Order, certain directives, you know, so I'm Caesar of the Third World Order, right? But I cannot operate a commercial trust from Third World Order because we don't commingle. So we need to build with other people. And so in a parentheses, I'm gonna say right here, in building with other people, we have a WASPE, we have the Messiah Code, we have 432 Drop Nation, and we have Dane Calloway's, the Nijis. These are other people who really don't consider themselves black, or they're teaching a higher level of self that the Moors can rock with and we can rock with. And so we accept working in tandem with them. That also has to do with part and parcel and the part and parcel order. Now, this trust is commercial. This trust is concerned with what we do and don't do. See, our industrial and manufacturing, our production. See, I can use words like that right now for part and parcel. Instead, I just want to simple out the way right now. So I'm gonna tell you, it's what we do and don't do. Either we do build a Department of Edification, Department of Education. Either we do build a Department of Edification and put it on the map for our children, or we don't. Part and parcel says we do. Then there's health, transportation, communication, all these other departments where someone else needs to be sitting in those seats, needs to be helping to make this government work. Someone outside of Star Akshita, outside of me, outside of Lazarus, outside of Daryl Cosma. Why? Because we already done took on something to help build. Now we need the other people to come in and help build our departments that make us function on a daily and gives us a way to add value, real value to our nation. Now, unlike other governments, we didn't go to war with anybody to talk about wealth or money or any of the resources. We didn't go to war with anybody to take what they had in order to give to ourselves. Instead, working within the religious part, Third World Order, I rock, and see, this is where everybody's religion is different. See, I rock out with Ra, Ma'at, Peace, Brother Jesse. In Star Akshita Agricultural Department checking in. Is Brother Jesse, is that you saying that you want the agricultural department? And Brother Jesse, I'm telling you out of all respect, that blackamoors, we can't use these terms. You know, listen to me, people. In order to be a United States citizen, they don't walk around talking about, I'm French United States citizen, I'm Italian United States citizen, I'm this, I'm an American. They say I'm an American. And by doing so, they stole your born rights. They don't put nothing on it. Yes, he does. See, now so here's the danger, right? Somebody approaches this brother when we're not around, and he says, they say, well, what's your nationality? And he says, blackamoor. Soon as you say black, you could be arrested, and then we can't come defend you. Because when we say what happened to the brother, and they say, well, he said he was black, they're not even going to say the Amor part. He said he was black. Now, you're putting us in a criminal situation. Y'all got to understand this. We said we're getting rid of white supremacy. Well, white supremacists made us black and African American, made us Negroes, blacks, and coloreds. White supremacy did that. So how can I take something that my enemy used against me and then try to use it for myself? Especially when I'm trying to get rid of the effects of what the enemy did. And I'm gonna say this again, do not put white on skin color. Don't put black on skin color. These are classes of people. White people are meant to be rich, and black people are meant to be poor. See, when you get that part in your head that black people are meant to be poor, well, that's like saying green is meant to be green. The sun is meant to be hot. You can't change these things. You're gonna be fighting all day and night trying to stop the sun from being hot, trying to stop water from flowing. Black people are meant to be poor at the bottom. Everything about black makes you less than the divine being that you are. Class and status. Class and status. That class and status was developed by our enemy. This is, we got to get this in our heads. Our enemies named us black, African. Why? Because if you tell them you're a nation, they got to respect you as a nation. And, oh my God, we can't do that. We can't respect them as a nation. But the real trick was to get us to disrespect us as a nation. And that's the sickening part. That's the part that we're fighting. That's the war that we're in. Right now, I usually don't invite the side stars out to the battles. But right now, we at war, and I have the side star with me. I don't know what color her horse is, but I'm on a white horse. I want to see everything that go down on my white horse. I want to see it go through everything. So in order for us to get to the next level, there are certain things about it. And I'm going to be fair with you all, right? Just so people don't say like he's picking on blacks and African Americans. Jamaica is not Jamaica. The Caribbeans, if you say you're a Caribbean, don't you know they consider you a cannibal? Then we got this other group of people called the Maroons. They're fugitives from law by definition. But they got some of the same basic rights that Moors have. But when everything goes down and they say, well, who are you? I'm a Maroon. You're a fugitive from law. You're an escapee from law. We can lock you back up because of your definition. Moorish American is a free national name and title for you to wear. And this is the part that our people have to begin to gravitate to. Our people don't want to. I understand. Either more Prophet Noble Drew Ali. After Prophet Muhammad, there's no prophet. Jesus was a prophet. Moses was a prophet. So everybody else got a prophet except you. Everybody, that's what you're telling the world. Everybody else was sent somebody except you. And you believe that? Dane Calloway can show you different. The brother over at 432 Drop Nation can show you different, and Prophet Noble Drew Ali is sure showing you different. Owaspe can show you different, and the Messiah Code going to tell you that you are the prophet. So I don't know why we're allowing ourselves to be stuck in other people's thoughts of who we are instead of being who we are. So part and parcel. Brother Jesse, I do have you. You will be written in for the agricultural department. When you sign up for these things, we have goals for you, but you need to have goals for yourself. And our goals should overlap each other and to build something. Because even like earth science, that's a whole different department. I just threw that in there, but that's a whole different department to heal the earth. So don't worry about it, Brother Jesse. As RWS still sees us as all one. And I don't know who RWS is, real white supremacy. Let me say this again, bro. Our people, way back in the day, they were Moors, and they knew themselves as Moors. We had a land, Mauritania, over there. Over here, Al-Murakash, over here on this land. We called ourselves Moor. We were Murs. Murs, M-U-R, that has to do with the water. And don't forget, we were the navigators. See how it all just, everything, and this was the beauty. See, I didn't just, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, da-da-da-da. No, I studied what was said to me. I read the laws as instructed by the sheiks, and this is where I got the answers from. Moor does not equal black. That's why they say black Moor, to belittle the Moor, to show that the Moor be lacking. So they say black Moor. It's a disrespect. They can put it in conjunction, black Moor. No, it's a disrespect. It's not a white United States. It's not a brown United States. It's United States citizen. There's no black Moors. There's no white Moors.
It's like saying the blacks are Moors. I apologize. I just wanted to add that.
And so there are Caucasian Moors, Albion Moors. There are. So to show a distinction in the Moors they wanted to abuse, no, you go get the black Moors. You enslave the black Moors. This way they don't end up making a mistake in enslaving their own Moors because they put the word black on us and gave it a description of our dark skin. It's a defilement of who we are, who we were, who our ancestors were, and who we are today, to use the term black. Black is not a term for human beings, for divine beings. Black, white, these are not terms. Yellow, brown, red, these are not terms for divine beings, for men and women. These are terms for animals and things like plants, cars, buildings. bricks. That's what these colors are for. They are not for you and I. And you and I have to stop using them. They have defeated us through this color thing. For example, I did say being black means you're poor. That's what it means. You're poor, you're going to be poor, you're going to do bad, you're going to live through hard times because you're black. So in a conversation tonight, a young lady's telling me how they have to ask somebody for $150 million in order to educate. We don't have to ask nobody for money to educate our children. You know why? Our children shouldn't be sitting in their school systems. We should have already, so we are the Moorish American nation. Yes, for those of us who accept it, for those of us who proclaim, I am a Moorish American. You have to say it. You have to let the world know. You have to be ready to write out your documents and put it down. And then you have to be ready to act like it and live within that. If you are if you're the director of our agricultural department, then the only reason why you're telling me what other people said about agriculture is because we're getting ready to utilize some of it some kind of way. Other than that, the only thing I need to know about agriculture is what you say. I don't need to know what they say. I already know what they say. They want to take up, when it comes to agriculture, they want to take all the seeds and then give us fake food. So I don't need to hear nothing from them about agriculture. I need to hear what you have to say about agriculture. I need to work on what you want to do about agriculture. We already know. We don't have to hear them at all. We need to hear us. We need to confirm each other. And we need to start working together off our own words, despite what they're saying and what they're doing. We cannot allow another people to keep telling us what to do and how to do it, when to do it, where to do it. And the only reason why they're doing it is because we keep saying we're black and African American. Other than that, these people have no control over us. Yes, sir. Teamwork makes the dream work. So at part and parcel order, we are taking down your names and numbers and where you're going, your United States ID. I don't really need that for what we're doing. I need to know, okay, racism, white supremacy. Yes, sir. I need to know who you tell us you are and what job you're going to do. I need to be able to write that down. So I'll put Brother Jesse down, Agricultural Department. So now let's touch on Amexem Trust a little bit. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that everything is going to go back to the government, right? And we see it, and everybody just calm down and think about it. Even though the banks, you have to go to a bank and get the house. Who runs the bank but the government? When we back everything up, it goes back to who? The government. If you don't pay your taxes to the government, you can lose your house, right? So Prophet Noble Drew Ali said everything's going back to the government. In building our government, and everybody taking positions. Brother Jesse just started the agricultural department, right? So starting from tonight, which I can grandfather in, I need to talk with you, Brother Jesse, so we can grandfather it in and make yours, your bond bigger. I'm telling y'all, this is lawful. Y'all won't understand it. Time plus energy equals pay size. Your time, your energy towards our government equals pay size. So, Brother Jesse coming in for the agricultural department, there are going to be other people who come in behind him. But Brother Jesse is now making our government 9,999 pesos every week. And it trades 1-for-1 with the United States dollar. He is making our government 9,999 pesos every week. And every week, 10% of that belongs to Brother Jesse. So that's about $1,800, give or take a few, that goes to Brother Jesse's pocket. Into the house of Jesse, Paris, Shay, and
Guess we're having a bad connection. He should be back on in just a few minutes. But I do like the fact of how he's breaking down the information, making it clear to understand what's going on and why we're here today. So here he is. He coming back on. Back on the house of Jesse Paris. Che. And how do you pronounce that? In Kruma?
I don't know. I don't think they like the fact that we throwing money around. All of a sudden, I just got knocked off. I don't know what that was.
Oh, right. That was strange how it happened like right there.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And you was talking
So
about the houses. The house of
everybody's individual house.
individual house, yes. And how that pertains to the government inner workings. You're doing very good.
So
I
your
like
house.
it.
Thank you. Thank you. Your house of you is where, because we don't own anything. We're not trying to own anything. We don't own the businesses we operate. We don't own our homes. We don't own our cars. They all are owned by our trust. So the house of you is where you would put your personal car, inside of your trust. The house of you. As a people, we have Third World Order as a religious trust. We have Part and Parcel as an industrial and mercantile trust. And then we have Amexem Trust as a financial trust. You personally have your own trust, which is the house of you, which everything operates in. And it operates this way so that any other nation or government or group of people or corporation, in this case especially, decides to come by and say, well, you gotta get, no, they don't, all the way to the Third World Order, we own it. What's in their possession, you cannot touch. We're your backing to make sure that you can't lose what it is that you have. And because we operate it this way, we can move funds around. If something does come up and you miss something, you didn't do something right, something really has to go be paid, a debt, there's a debt somewhere you established, well, we can work that out. Whereas right now, today, you're getting kicked out your house and all your stuff's getting put on the front lawn, and they're going to bring a U-Haul truck and some nasty people to move your stuff out, and they're going to talk junk to you, and then it's going to go on your credit. No, we're going to end all of this for them very nicely, okay? We're going to establish us so we can end this type of treatment to us and our people. It ain't right. It's not going to exist anymore. But it only won't exist if you and I are living by lawful manners. If we are not living by the lawful manners, you're working with them, you're working through them, and you're going to jam us up in the end. And so then I have to cut those ties in order to save the nation. Because I'm going to tell y'all, it's not about me. It's about the children who aren't even born yet from us. That's what this whole thing is about. The next generations, not us. So I'm almost 60. You're over 30, you done lived a good life. It's time to make it about these children. The ones that aren't here are now my great-grandchildren. I'm living for 2 more groups of greats now. Because my granddaughter is 18. God forbid she can have a child now. My grandson is 12. He'll be 12 this August. He can have a child now. God forbid. That makes me a great grandfather in the spirits of the world and stuff like that. So everything I do has to be for them. The people I link up with, we got to be working for them. Anything less than that, it will not be accepted by me. So third world order, our progeny, yes ma'am. Third world order, part and parcel order. Third world order is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Don't abuse me with that though. Don't call me at 3 and oh, you didn't answer. Sometimes I gotta sleep. However, you see, all of us, we're all the third world order. So if you can't reach me, then you should be able to call somebody else within the circle, and then it'll all come back around and somebody say, oh yeah, he did crash out early. So now we'll let him know in the morning, but we got you right now. This is what we're gonna set up for you. See, we can operate like that because we're building love and trust with each other, right? Part and parcel order is open from Sunday night to Thursday night. After Thursday, I'm not talking to anybody about until Sunday night. I'm not trying to set anybody up with nothing from Thursday night until Sunday night. 48 hours. I will not be trying to set anybody up with anything. If somebody else decides that they want to help work with part and parcel order, that person will come in and make 9,990 pesos every week for the government and get 20%. And then we keep going down 9 every time somebody comes in. Amexem Trust. Amexem Trust, just so you understand it, it's like our Federal Reserve. At this point, I don't see Amexem Trust actually holding the funds. We develop the funds and how it works and what's lawful in it and stuff like that. We do that part. Brother Amir Ra Campos in MBNT Bank. We build it. I'm gonna put the money, let him handle the day-to-day operations with the dollars, the pesos, and how the pesos go back and forth and all of that. Let him have that. Yes, sir, Amexem Trust. This is a Moorish American banking system. Or like I said, the federal government. We're telling us what money we can use. We use pesos according to the treaty. The treaty says that we're supposed to use pesos. But I know that there's no foul in us developing pesos in this system of what we're doing, and making it one-to-one with the United States. I know we're not doing anything outside of the law. That must be the main concern of everything that we do, that we're always in law. So pesos are obtained by people coming to work, and then there are levels to this, right? So people in the government, like us, working on an international level, we're the 9s. People who come in and are working within the provinces, some people call them states, they make 8,999. And their focus is different than those who are working international. The people within the provinces, when we start talking about our security force, as far as police, whoever's running the provinces is in charge of that security team. The security team comes in at about 8,599. The head person of security, unless they're doing it for the nation. If you're doing it for the nation, that's like the military, 9,999. Every department gets paid the highest at 9,999, 8,999, 5, 6, 7, 9,999. They get paid the highest. Everybody who comes in just -9 and put that next person in the seat. We call manifest sustenance bonds. The idea is not for us to be, oh, you're a billionaire, let's see who can be the first billionaire. It is our idea that, and I would say like Aboriginal people altogether, what's money? What's money? What do we care about money? Money don't, I can grow my food. I can care for chickens. I don't need to pay you for these things. But since we live in a system where it's already working like this, we just needed somebody to stand up. Yes, Brother Jesse, yes. We just needed somebody to stand up and build for us what it is that we needed. So now, through the sustenance bonds, the work that you do for this government generates pesos. And as in generating these pesos, yes, Brother Jesse, and in generating these pesos is our finance and anything else that you want to say about it and anything else. And because I am the only one who works at Amexem Trust, I'm telling y'all how my brain works, right? With pesos. And don't hold me to this. Everything I say in this juncture, I'll put parentheses around it and tell you it's subject to change. You can't buy weapons of mass destruction with pesos. What are weapons of mass destruction? Anything over a revolver. Anything over a revolver is a weapon of mass destruction. I don't care how many bullets it holds, none of that. If it's bigger than a 6-shooting revolver, you now have a weapon of mass destruction. Now, those of us who work for the government, the nines, we can go buy tanks and planes. We're buying them for you. But if you're making, secure you, if you're making 8, 7, you don't need that inside your home with your children. You don't need no 16 bullet gun and the eye shooter and all that. What do you got all that for? And if you're hunting, so then we say one big rifle. We can talk 20 to 22 rifle and shotgun rifle. Those are your weapons. That's what you have on an everyday. You can have a machete. But all them other stuff, as far as third world order, Amexem Trust is concerned, those are weapons of mass destruction. And it's not that you can't have them, you don't need them. That's the point we want to make. You don't need them. So why would we bring these things into our neighborhoods and around our children? I'm not even going to use the word neighborhood no more. All of that's changing. Like I said, these could be changed later. Why one person got a 16-room house? You don't need 16 rooms. The most you need inside of your house, like, all right, I'm going to try to help you out now. You got your bedroom, you got an office, and maybe you got a guest room. Oh, that's 3 bedrooms. That's all one person needs. 3 bedrooms. You're good. You got a living room, a bathroom, everything. You're one person. 16 bedrooms? You don't need that. I don't see why we would give it to you, let you have it. See, this is called censoring and monitoring, and we have to do that to ourselves. Don't let me be the one to do everything. We're not trying to give you living by messianic code. Love you, brother. You don't need a Rolls Royce. And excuse me, I love Jaguars too. But do I need a Jag? Or will a bike, a 10-speed bike get me to where I need to go? Will a 10-speed bike get me from A to B? And what I need a $200,000 Jaguar for? $500,000 Mercedes or what did I just say? The other fancy cars. What I need any of those for if a bike could get me from A to B? That doesn't mean I won't have a car in my trust. He's 361. Go ahead, brother Jesse rocking tonight. He's buying 361.
361.
Rock on, brother Jesse. That's how you do it,
man. All right. Not your age.
We love it.
Yeah, that's what's up. Good thing is he's repeating back the information that he has consumed here, and the name of where that information comes from. I think that's that's a feel good moment right there, because we hear you, we see you listening.
Yes, ma'am. That's growth. And it's not like growth for him. It's growth
Right.
for us,
Everybody, for the
for all of
all,
us.
collectively, yes. Absolutely.
Yes.
Because you can't see one without the other if we're moving as a unit.
Thank you. And we're all mirrors of each other, right?
Right, right. So
And,
this
and,
is
and, and
very,
see, this is so for those of us who are Moors and who study and all of that. We can't forget our studies on a daily basis as we're operating. And it seems like we do. So this is the reason why we're at this point, this conversation and the way we're having. So all right, so now knowing that Brother Jesse got that, I'm gonna get off those things that saying, you don't need this and you don't need that. I'm not even gonna talk about that no more, right? Because the big doodle goopy gold chain, now you don't need that, right? You don't need that. I don't even have to say that. So this isn't about being a billionaire or nothing. This is about being able to sustain our existence in a comfortable manner where no one can argue with you. No one can say anything against you about how you live in, and you're not standing around here looking greedy and selfish. And if somebody isn't doing as well as us, they don't even want to rob you by the way you're living. They know you got it, but they don't want to rob you because you done gave them half of what you had anyways. See? that and that giving might save 20 people along the way. So we have a government and it's commercial. And we have our private. Third world order is the private trust. We don't let anybody into the third world order just like to be in there and talk about it. But no. This is a protected thing right here, the third world order. Part and parcel order, Amexem Trust, that's our public part of the trust. Now you want to outside foreign, want to deal with foreign people. And I got to say this again, we got to understand this. Even our family members, if they say they're United States citizens, if they go by Black and African American, they are foreign to us. And for anybody who don't know, all the states are foreign to each other. California is foreign to Nevada. Texas is foreign to California. Minnesota is foreign to Connecticut. Connecticut is foreign to Florida. And then right next door to each other, North Dakota and South Dakota are foreign to each other. They're foreign. You and I have to learn to operate in this foreign manner because these states are foreign to us, and the United States government, the corporation, definitely is foreign to us. It is nothing. We're domestic in the way we're claiming. Nothing outside of us is domestic. Everything outside of us is foreign. You want to say something, Star?
I do. I like the fact that you stated that we're foreign, even from uh, it's country to country. You know, we are the states within the country. And so if we see the so-called state as a country, we'll really truly know where we are and how to identify ourselves. Because you go to any different state, you know people by their language, by their accent, by their slang. You know, their language is totally different, even though it sounds like English. They're not speaking the same language. And so that's just like the countries in the continent of Africa. They're all separate countries that have their own language and culture and things like that, and they know the difference between and amongst one another just as we do here. It's just that we're not looking at it. But what I wanted to say is, when the United States government officials come together and they speak on foreign policy, we're not paying attention because it affects us right here, because just what you said is exactly how they are looking at us as foreign entities from country to country, and they're having this language, this conversation right in front of us, and we don't even know that they're talking about us. And so once we begin to operate in the knowing of who we are, what we are, where we are, and who they are not, we begin to put ourselves back into the proper position, status, and class in which we naturally are. Because our roots trace back to the same land that we're on today. I don't trace my ancestors back to Africa. That's why the Moorish American identification suits me, because I understand that as a ascendant of the ancient Moors, ancient Moabites, and knowing where things are positioned here on this continent, we can see the Fertile Crescent right here as well, on where things started and initiated for the people of this land. And you know, the stories could go on and on about how we existed and coexisted with others from around the world based on trade. You had to have some value, and what you brought to people had to serve in a valuable way in order for people to even work with you or deal with you or to entrust in you and with you. And so on that same ideology, if we can see it then, we can see it now as the same thing. Only thing is that our identity has been taken and skewed to look like something else when we don't come into our natural powers. The more you shed, the lighter you become. And the lighter the weight of the heart, the closer you are to righteousness. And we are righteous people, living in truth, walking in truth, speaking the truth. And so you got to be on those terms in order for any of this to even make sense to you. So you must judge yourself off of what you don't like and why you don't agree. Now you got to deal with you, the reflection of you, and why your reflection is having an issue with righteousness. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. You're doing very, very well.
As always, thank you. Thank you. See, I gotta say this to y'all. Like, when I first came into this, I could have stood on my masculinity. I could have went to and wrote out the papers, and yeah, I'm gonna speak to that Pesach thing too. And I could have started a Moorish science temple, and I could be charging people to come into it. And my people just went through this. And if that was the way, then the stuff that I'm saying to y'all and you're hearing me say that, y'all have been got this. I wouldn't even have to say none of this if that worked. That didn't work. So I had to let everybody know I got a white horse. I'm Caesar and I'm on it. And I'm riding up on all the temples, and I done did it. They all know I'm out here. They all know I said I'm building through the middle. And this is without kicking the temples to, just kicking them off like they don't matter. We're building through the middle with and without people who are part of the Moorish Science Temple itself. All you have to do is let us know you are Aboriginal. You know why? They got, if you ever watch the Steven Seagal movie, so I get tongue twisted on some of these words. I hate it. If you ever watch a Steven Seagal movie, in his movie, he will tell you that he is I'm an American. I'm a sovereign American. In his movies, he says, I'm a sovereign. You know what that means? That means he's not a citizen of the United States. That means he has a trust. That means he's not paying taxes. This is what he says in his movies. He's a sovereign citizen. That's why he runs around with his gun out in the movies and he's not getting arrested. He's doing the right thing. That's one thing. He's down with the government on one level. That's another thing. But he's down as a sovereign citizen. That's his own nation of people on this land. That's the secret behind Steven Seagal movies that I just happened to overhear one day because I don't like Steven Seagal. I don't really watch his movies. But one day, you know, I'm doing one thing. The movie came on. I didn't change it in time. All of a sudden, I hear him talking about he's a sovereign. Oh, a national, a nationalist. But it's the same thing being taught to us by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. We're a nation. We're nationalists, not even sovereign. We don't like the word sovereign. Sovereign still gives you a boss. So, pesos sound like pesos. Yes, brother. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship told us that when we operate, we should operate with pesos. We changed it to pesos because the other part of what we're supposed to be doing is raising our women up back to their standard and custom of who they are. So pesos, that OS in Espanol, that OS, that O is a masculine O. The the A is feminine. So instead of having masculine pesos and we can operate in pesos from now on. And there's really nothing nobody can do about it or say. We just took pesos and made it pesos, which also separates it from the other pesos that are out there because we're a pure and clean nation. So now you got pesos. You got a whole new way of looking at what you were discussing. And you said it's a subsistence trust. I know we have sustenance bonds. I'm looking up the word subsistence now just to make sure I just to make sure that I work with that word correctly in my mind and as I'm saying it. My phones act stupid sometimes. Yes. Sometimes I touch my phone, it works. Sometimes I touch my phone, it don't want to work. And then as I try to do things, it runs around and it does its own thing. No, it cannot be a subsistence trust, brother, because the definition I have is the gradual caving in or sinking of an area or land. No, the word is sustenance, Sustenance. Let's see if I can write that up here without knocking myself off. Private chat. I'm going to talk it out loud so I don't make a mistake. Okay, I'm at the page where I'm typing sustenance bonds. Okay. So what we use are sustenance bonds. That's what our bonds are called, sustenance bonds. Whereas the world just has regular bonds that they just trade back and forth with. We have sustenance bonds to trade with the world with. And the value is the work you put in. It's not gold, it's not silver. As long as we keep putting value on land, people are going to keep fighting over the land. We're going to put the value on our government and the work that we do in our government. Because that can't be, it can be taken away through war. But the way it's built, let's say 100 years from now, one more finds themselves in the same situation that we're in today, that more can get up and say, I'm working on my government. And as long as that more begins to work on his government, that more begins to earn self 9,999 pesos every week for the government, and then take 20% for himself. A sustenance bond. He don't take nothing else but the work you put out and you put forth. So when we so now let's say somebody said they wanted to be a singer, right? All I want to do is make music and rap or whatever. Well, we'll give you 5,999 pesos that you're earning for the government every week, and you're gonna make beautiful music without all the cussing and all the other stuff that we so proliferated with today. Is ridiculous. But you're gonna make the type of music that Star Akshita makes. Feel good, learn about yourself music. It don't have to be her style. You can do it in R&B, hip hop, rock and roll, any way you want to. But you will be earning 5,999 pesos for the government, and then you will be taking home 20%. With that 20%, you can extinguish any debts, keep yourself with food, clothing, have roof over your head, which I'm telling y'all, some of this stuff is going to change in the next, maybe some of this is the type of thing a whole bunch of us will not see. But these things will change. That's all I can say is they will change. They will change. To the point where even people walk around on money. What we need money for? Now I got so much corn over here. I just trade you the corn for half of that beef leg over there, you know. And it's like, oh, we went back to the olden years. Yes, we did. If McDonald's wants to be open and be McDonald's, the guy who owned McDonald's will now have to start getting up in the morning and going to work at McDonald's. So now he probably owns one McDonald's, the one he has to work at. Can he service all the customers that will show up at McDonald's? Can the owner of Burger King, Kentucky Fried, can they show up and service the people by themselves? The only reason why you and I are working these jobs is to pay stuff, right? Well, now we have a way to get at it ourselves. But we have to do it for our government, because trust, McDonald's is an agency of the United States government. Burger King is an agency of the United States government. That's why they all have the LLCs and documents signed with the United States government. When their agricultural department tells McDonald's, oh, look, there's not enough cows for you to sell 100% beef. So we put this together. God knows where them ingredients came from. Now it's pink slime. You serve this as your burger. McDonald's is like, well, hey, let's go. It's about capitalism and making a profit anyways. We don't have enough cows. The cows are sick, so we can't serve the burger the way we want. Okay, we'll serve the pink slime. And these people aren't complaining. They don't care. We give more care to our cars, our phones, and our homes than we do our own personal bodies. Which one is more valued? Amexem Trust. Oh, so let's talk about so you're taking home 20%. So you've already paid taxes to the national government, our large government, our federal government. Your taxes are paid. But to sell within the provinces, those who run the province, they might decide to charge you tax because they got to do certain things in order to keep it safe. And we are going to allow them to charge you 5% to whatever you sell. So if you spend 100 pesos, you're going to pay 105. Our merchants will also be allowed to add a 4% tax. 2% of that, they're only going to keep 2. The other 2, 1 must go to the province, and the other 1 can be put away for a rainy day fund. This is us selling and buying. And in selling and buying, we shouldn't have any problems with paying taxes because we're selling and buying. We're moving stuff across the country. We're just paying it. You trust me, if you write down the numbers and then cut your 20% out, you'll see this really can't hurt you. You're getting that 20% a week. I tell you right now, your rent is paid. What you're paying in rent, it's paid. Well, how we get everybody else to accept it? The same way Bitcoin did. First, we have to accept it. Then we tell the world, oh, we got over X amount of millions of billions floating around. Hey, how we get some of that? See, their greed will make them take our money. And there's a few other things. Once I meet again with our Matriarch Campos L, he and I will do a public meeting where we're going to tell you all some other stuff that we're doing. And y'all got to realize, I understand it's Facebook, this is YouTube, social media sites, people get on there, they say, I'm the same person. If you don't like me on here, you won't like me in the real world. You triply won't like me in the real world if you don't like me on here. And I don't care. You won't like me if you don't like me on here. I'm the same person. And face to face, now it's personal. It can get real ugly real quick trying to take me out of who I said I am. And I don't feel bad about it. Oh, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. That don't mean I got to be a dummy for you. That don't mean I got to allow you to abuse me because I operate in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. In fact, the last part, justice, may cause the reason why I need to get some. So, and I expect everybody to be like that. So that's what, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. See, we live by all these laws first. We put all these things, when I meet you, all of this is on the table first. I'm not going to do nothing to you that I don't want done to me. So now that we met each other, you're playing games because I said I won't do nothing to you? Come on, man. Ain't got time for it, yo. And I don't expect anybody. Like, let's say you're an agitator. Let's say you like picking trouble with people, right? And every time you see, you're picking at them. I use this as an example. Every day you walk past a gate, there's a dog inside the gate. You walk by, the dog growls. But here you are, the man or woman, and because the dog growls now, you want to clang, clang, clang on the fence and bother the dog. Then when you're coming home, you clang, clang, clang again, and you clang and you clang and you clang. One morning, you're walking past that dog and the gate was left open by a mistake. What the dog gonna do? Dog gonna come out and might chew on you for a little while, right? You don't expect humans to be the same way? You can't agitate somebody. You can't pick on people and expect them to take your picking and I'm just having fun. You're having fun belittling me. Do unto others as you would have done unto you. So understand that while, yes, we are on these social sites and media, understand that the things that are being said, the things you see me write, these are things being done. we are talking about it amongst ourselves. And I do know a group of Republicans who would say, oh, no, he told us that too. He told us you Moors was going to do that. No, he told us you Moors were going to do that. We're going to, it's in the real world too. I'm telling you, don't mess up and think that just because we're on social media, we're just talking. We do this in the real world. Now, I use my YouTube, and the type of people or the type of things that I watch on my YouTube is I watch the United States Defense Department, the Department of FEMA, Homeland Security, and all that. Different Congress, Senate. I watch these things on my YouTube. They have YouTube channels for all these different things. So Brother Jesse should go on YouTube and look up the United States Agricultural Department and start listening to what they're saying. By listening to what they're saying, it shows us, you know, like we can plan better. We can operate better because we're listening to the rest of the world. Now we can plan and operate for us and stay within laws and don't break any laws. But don't forget, this is our land. So we're designing the laws. We're putting the laws together that we're going to operate by. And when we hear what they're doing, then we tell them what our law is with it. And guess what? I'm not going to say they have to conform, but they have to conform. They got to work with us. They have to work with us as long as we are working as a unit and as a people. As long as they see us gravitating forward, there's nothing they can do to hold us back. The only people who can hold us back now is you and I. We are the chink in our own armor. We are the reason we can't move forward. So, brother, I'm not going to say his name right, but Brother Ben, he has every listed document. When I listened to this brother, he had, like, he can go into the United States Constitution and show you exactly where Congress doesn't have a right to make laws when it comes to religious matters. This is what we're talking about. We're a theocracy as a nation. Congress doesn't have anything to say about us or to us. The Senate can't say anything about us, and the feds can't say anything about us or to us. Does anyone realize that they brought back selective service? Does anyone realize that by them bringing back selective service, they can take your 18 to 26-year-old son and put them in the military? Does anybody realize that? If you're a United States citizen, if you're trying to be a United States citizen, they can take your child. But if you're not a United States citizen, they ain't got no rights taking your child. And if you feel, well, I got more, because oh my God, it came to my attention, it was said. A young lady said, well, people have more than one son. Oh, if I had 15 sons, I won't want none of my sons fighting in a military that don't give a rat's tail about them. If I had 100 sons, I wouldn't want not one of them fighting for a military that don't care about them. We'll get their legs shot off, arms shot off, bring them back here, dope them up, leave them on the streets, and next thing, 20 years from now, they're living in a dirty one-room, and I don't mean one bedroom, I just mean one-room home, because they lost their arms and legs and no woman wanted to be with them to you know, give them a life. And so now they're just living this one miserable life by themselves because I was a punk. Because I didn't do what I needed to do to make sure that they wasn't in that military. And then I'm going to stand there and say, well, I had more than one son and let one die. I'm sacrificing my child. Just like them brothers who were on the WASPE with Brother Daryl Cosman sitting up, and Daryl asked me, said, so if God came and told you to sacrifice your child, would you do it? They said, yeah. Oh, okay, here we go. Here you're about to prove that you would sacrifice your child? No. I'm of the mind, if Putin and Biden can't get it on, and yes, let me say this. If y'all ever see it, I want my 20%. I'm the first. I'm the one who did. Who's the guy who did Muhammad Ali's fights? I'm the Don King of this one. This is mine. If you ever see this come up, I want my money, and I'm telling. I want your United States fiat. If I ever see this out in the world, if Putin and Biden can't get along, then let's put gloves on them, and they can go box it out, right? And if Putin can't get along with the Ukraine leader, then let's put gloves on them and let them box it out. Why y'all keep trying? Why y'all keep calling on other people to fight something that y'all should be fighting yourselves? What you calling me for? What you calling my sons for? They wasn't at none of your meetings. They ain't even bring y'all donuts and coffee to the meetings. What you calling on us for to fight? Not coming. No, put some gloves on, put it on ESPN, market it all over the world. I'm quite sure everybody will tune in to see if President Biden beats up Premier Putin. And then you got Kim. All right, Kim, because I'm calling in, I gotta say you can't beat up Biden. You look, I think, like, wah! You'll do too much for Biden. We got to get one of these other military people who are with the United States for Kim Jong-un to fight. So it's fair. We want to see a good fight, right? We just don't want to see Biden go up there and get all slapped up. That wouldn't be cool. We want to see a fight. So Biden, Kim Jong-un can get ready to fight one of our military dudes. And Putin, we schedule the fight, Putin gonna talk junk and he gonna let it be known, I'm about to beat this dude down. That's how I see it. My money's on Putin, not like Russia, United States. Oh, you're down with Russia. No, Putin will whoop Biden's tail, and I'm putting my money on Putin to win. But if y'all can't get along as grown men, y'all go fight. Don't call us in for no fights. Leave us out of it. We don't have nothing to do with it. And I'm quite sure there's a whole bunch of people in Russia talking about, I don't want to go over there and fight. I don't want to go to Korea and fight. I don't want to go to China and fight. All their citizens are saying the same thing. I'm quite sure even the Hamas citizens, they don't want no war. No, it's these little groups of people who have come together who want to get down and fight and argue and send our children, send people off to war. See what I'm saying? Dang sure we got a problem as Moors. I'm Caesar. Which one of them leaders want to fight me? Kim Jong-un included. And I don't know nothing about no karate. He will probably mop me up one slap. But we're going to fight. We're going to fight before I ask my people to come and fight. Me and Kim Jong-un can just get it on. Me and Putin can get it on. Me and Biden can get it on. We don't need everybody else fighting. Cowards. So, see, our politics is different than the politics that are around us that we involve ourselves in every day. See, our way of thinking and doing is different than what everybody else is saying and doing. We're not going to endanger the public to get something across. Let the two people who are having the biggest problems with it, let them fight it out themselves. Let's see if they want to fight it. And if they don't want to fight, then how is it any importance to us to fight? This is the way you and I got to start thinking and acting on this land in order to save our children and our progeny. That's not even, we have to think different. And the first thing you need to know is you're not Black. You're not African American. You're not Jamaicans. You're not Puerto Ricans. You're not Caribbean. You're not Haitian. You're none of those names that they have called you. They have called you. Even Sister Sasha, she read a book from the 70s that said At one point in the 1700s, they took people from the Americas and bring them down to Haiti to be slaves. They took people from the Americas and bring them down to Haiti to be slaves. Well, Haiti's a hop, skip, jumping away from Jamaica and the rest of the islands, right? They took people from the Americas and brought them down there. Now let's go into the history of what they said. Oh, well, when we got to that land, there was nobody there. One, our people were probably living underground instead of on top of the ground. We only came out for festivals and stuff like that. Why would we live underground? Because in the summertime, it's cooler. And in the wintertime, it's easier to warm underground in the mountains, right? And you got tunnels and stuff. That's where we live. Then we built stuff outside during the summertime because, you know, people had to work on the plants and stuff, and they probably didn't feel like traveling back there to the mountains and the underground with all the tools and stuff. So they stayed out there by the food and stuff. And if you look at all the huts and stuff that they built, you was able to take them down and you could take them down and stash them. So now these explorers come and they don't see people. So there's nobody living here. What? The explorers come, there's nobody in Haiti, Jamaica, the Caribbean. Why? Didn't they say they kept crashing their ships into these islands? There were storms all around them. See, when the storms were coming, the people in Haiti and all those other islands, they came here. They came right here. They came to live on this land until the storms passed. But when the so-called conquerors got here, oh, the lands were empty. There was nobody there, and we just came and took over, and God gave us. No, y'all lied about the story, man. Y'all lied, and if you and I open up our eyes, we see the lie for what it is. That's why every other year, the Haitians are standing at in Florida, trying to get in Florida because of the storms on their island. Those islands weren't probably not meant to be lived in like that. You see what I'm saying? Nice vacation spots, oh, for sure. But at a certain time of the year, you don't want to be on them islands. You're going to get destroyed. Our peoples knew this. This is the mainland for the islands. Hawaii, too. One of ours. Belonged to us. Alaska. Automatically belonged to us. See, these are things we don't know. These are things we don't look at, that we don't consider. Because the system that we live under has no desire for you to know. Because once you know, they're not as powerful as they want themselves to be. That's the danger you and I live in today. So now people know this is in the public. The system is in the public, so it's real. And so now people can't say they didn't know. People can't say, oh, I didn't know I was part of a trust. Yeah, you did. Either that or you just didn't listen, but we're telling you, oh yeah, that looks tasty. You are in a trust. You're in a United States trust. You're in that trust too. And in jail, they make you the trustee, right? Everybody who knows jail system know you become the trustee once you go to jail. You're in a trust. And the hospitals are trusts. Working with an attorney, there's a trust. They got you in trust. Or when you go to work, you're working in a trust. You and I just don't know it because we don't know law. So now we're bringing that to you. And that's what I was doing. I was looking up this brother's name. I got to have this brother's name right now. Hold up. And I don't want to do that either. I don't want to keep saying, hold up. Brother Al-Qadir Ben Yahudi El. Al-Qadir, maybe some people should friend him or follow him, but he's good with law.
Al-Qadir Ben Yahudi El.
So go ahead, Side Star. You have the floor.
Okay, well, how about we listen to a song and digest the information, because you just put out a lot. Um, and this one, I definitely gotta go back and listen to several times, because this right here is going to be the basis of how we get started and moving forward, and putting it in such a way, putting it together in such a way to help people to easily and clearly understand the intentions behind what we are doing. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to build and to get to the point to where we have gotten in communication. That took time. You know what I'm saying? It took time for you to develop your ideas and concepts, to even be able to, excuse me, to even have the ability to present that information in such a manner. This is years and years upon years of life experience on a journey to get to this point right here. We didn't know what this was going to look like when we got here. We thought we had found it several times before now. You know what I'm saying? And here we are today, moving forward. And there's very little that you have to explain to me for me to understand, even though it's a new concept and idea. I understand the intention behind it, and the fact that that's your area of expertise in the movement all together as a unit, as a group. And so I've served in the military, and I understand certain things about uniformity and being in a unit. You have a platoon, and in that platoon, each squad, 4 squads, there's 4 squad leaders, and the squad leaders report to the platoon sergeant. The platoon sergeant reports to the first sergeant, and the rest of the command team, is for the first sergeant to, you know what I'm saying, address the higher echelon, which would be the commander, and on and so forth. And it keeps on going up and up and up to more rank, more, what happened? More rank and more duties and responsibilities. So I've learned a lot as far as camaraderie, and learning how to unite with others that are not like me and not from the same place as me. So while Brostar Elia Garb comes back in, I'm gonna go forth with the plan was to play a song. And so right on time, we're gonna
Yes, ma'am.
play Case Closed by Akshita Chosen Style. I would like to play other music, but this is what we have. So I hope you enjoy it. Listen with a kind ear. That's my new thing now, to say listen with a kind ear. I feel like, here we go. We the people are in control. Open up the case. Prove the case. This a real mind shift. A real mind shift. Not guilty of the charges. I open up the case. I open up the case. Then it's case closed. I prove the case. Verdict not guilty. Closing the case. It's a real mind shift. Open up the case. Prove the case. Then I close the case. Creole mind shift. I'm closing the case. Creole mind shift. Look out for those who attempt to open up a case against you. Now the evidence must be collected, cause I want this case to be closed. Coming with circumstantial evidence. which does not connect. Prove the case and then it's case closed. Verdict not guilty. It does not connect. Prove the case, then it's case closed. Verdict not guilty. Coming with circumstantial evidence, which does not connect the false language and the conduct to the facts without a doubt. Coming against me, you better look out. You better have direct evidence, which can only support the truth without the need for additional evidence. I am due the due process. And you gotta give it to me. I opened up the case. I proved the case. Then it's case closed. Verdict not guilty. I opened up the case, proved the case, then it's case closed. Verdict not guilty. It's a 3-0 mind shift. We the people are in control. Due process will allow the case, the accused to know the accuser. Verdict not guilty. And it's wise to bring 3 witnesses to take the stand. Are in control. And they better have convincing evidence to prove the case. I want this case closed. Cleo. I'm coming live and direct. Cleo mind shift. Straight for your neck. Open up the case. I'm gonna close the case. Then it's case closed. Not guilty of the charges. I'm not guilty of the charges against society in reality. I want this case to be closed. So present the facts of the case along with the collected data. Say what you want to say about me, but can you prove your case? And it's case closed. Prove your case or it's case closed. Failure to prove your case, I already closed the case.
Islamism, proving your case is your proclamation of who you are.
Facts. Yeah, so that was close the case. I was that song was inspired by dealing with people who will kind of like where we was just coming from in the conversation, how we have been here, we've done this, we thought we found the people that we were going to move forward with, but to come and find out they were not meant to go any further. They were only meant to reflect our light upon. And so if our light reflected back with the same intensity, that's when we continue to move forward with those light beings. But if our light was dulling because of this person, then that person was not going to move forward with you through this journey. And so that was a lesson that we had to learn in the process and how we got here. So people will open up a case on you, create a whole campaign. Now, I really had to get this into my system. See, we think we're not playing politics, but people on this internet will create a case and campaign against you, and you be in a campaign for a position you ain't even know that you was running for, because it was already yours. You know what I'm saying? Where they trying to take something from you by making you look like you're not uh worthy of the position that they want, but they're mad because it's you. So I had to come to terms with the crown of who I am. And when it comes down to it, like we was talking about in the last show, the centering of the kundalini and your chakras. And once your crown is open is when you can get to, so our crown, we had to be wearing the crown upon our head, which is only reflected in the light, right? And it can be seen. It's not a physical crown, It can be seen by what we reflect into the world. So it's our ultimate position to wear our crown and to wear it proud. So I had to literally get into myself and say, this is my crown. And to allow someone to take this crown away from me would be insane, because I've done the work. I've I have proven myself not just to the human being, but also to the light beings who operate in the unseen, and the ancestors that have gone before me are up there petitioning. She's the one. She's the one we want to carry forth in the mission that we either failed to do or were in not able to do it because of the circumstances and conditioning. See, I give grace, and we must all give grace to even the ones who still have a hard time calling themselves Black and African American, because this is a conditioning of the mind. And in order to clear anything, you must wash to be clean, allow a flushing to take place, flushing of everything you thought you knew. You can't come in with old information trying to argue your point, because why are you here? I'm at that point now with people like, why are you here? Because I ain't got time to be arguing with you, and you got one foot in and one foot out, trying to confuse me, or trying to get me to prove something to you. And I like how you started out in the conversation tonight saying, I'm not here to prove who I am and why I am and how I got to this, information. Just know that I have this information. It's been given to me. This is my position to take this information and to now give it to you, because it has now been formulated in your mind because of who you are. No one else could carry this message like you. No one else was given a Amexem Trust, like given to you, because it already is yours. And now what you're taking with that gift is multiplying it by sharing, because those that you're sharing with should also have something that's going to multiply within it, as an addition to. So if you're adding, multiplying, then you're on the positive side. But if you're subtracting and dividing, then you're on the negative side of things. And so over here, positive and positive is not a negative, it is a positive. A negative and a negative is not a positive, it is a negative. It remains in its own family, it remains in its own energy. How do you take two positive things and then make it into a negative thing? See, we don't understand that when the agenda was put forth to take the identity of the people of this land, because see, with everything happening in the world today, this is still the place to be. And we want to be in the center of things, right? So when things start to happen, being elevated towards the center of this continent is where we're supposed to be migrating to. And you notice a lot of the land in the center, which they call the Midwest, is land that's good for farming. These are the areas which we were removed from, so we could no longer grow our own food. So if we are saying that we are who we are and we are moving the way that we are, then that should be one of the things that we're doing, is headed into those areas and recalling, reclaiming, and reacquiring Mother Earth, the articles and the assets of Mother Earth, which belong to us because it's our blood that's in the land. So I'm saying all this to say we're moving forward with uh, the plan of action through third world order, part and parcel order, and Amexem Trust. Um, and if you're having a hard time understanding anything that has been said in this past hour and 45 is 46 minutes, but 45 minutes we've been into it, pretty much an hour 45 minutes now. If you haven't understood anything from that point to this point, then that doesn't mean that, you know what I'm saying, we don't want to work with you. We just want to now help you to identify where you belong in the process. Because obviously, there's a part of you that you have not gotten in touch with. And the reason why you're here, whenever you come on here, the reason why you're here is to find what you're looking for, to find your purpose and to find your assignment, because it's already been given to you. And only that which sounds familiar will register, and that which register will cause you to awaken even more, because something has been awakened within you. An alarm has been sounded. Like they say, the trumpet will sound. So, is there like this one occasion that happens and everybody experiences at the same time? Absolutely not. This when they talk about these things taking place, it is an individual journey. It is an individual experience, and you only understand the experience of one in which you have already experienced yourself. Maybe not the same way, but you understand the language. It's not English. It sounds like it, but it's not English. It's data, right? And this is what the Messiah Code be talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, the information is data, and we're in the age of information. And why that makes so much sense to me is because now the veil has been removed, and the veil is the ability to see the information. But see, what they did was, after the veil was removed, they realized what was happening and what was going on, because too many people began to share information now that had been kept lock and key, right? And so now that information is now pouring out in abundance. So they begin to move things around, um, implant information. So if you don't know how to truly research and study information, you'll find the first thing that you read and run with it, and it could be wrong as two left feet. But because you found it on the internet, you believe it. You know what I'm saying? Because it sounds so close to what was taught to you through indoctrination and miseducation. It's too hard to separate yourself from that. And people talk about separation and segregation and division and all those things. And I'm not saying that separation, division, and all that is not necessary, because it is necessary, because we must separate in order to unite. And it's a matter of what we're separating from. See, here we're not separating from people because of what they look like, because we're all the same. It's the mindset, it's the energy, it's the experience, it's the journey. We're like all in the wilderness, and we've reached a level or a space or a stage in life where we're various ages, we're various demographics, and the only thing that ties us together is the fact that we made it to this stage. We made it to this point. We made it here. Now that we're here, what are we going to do? Are we going to continue to wander around and twiddle our thumbs and act like we don't have the power to do what we have the power to do because we're afraid, because we think that we have to ask somebody's permission? Our submission gives them permission. So we're submitting to corruption, and those who are so easy to submit to corruption won't even submit to their mate in their own home. That's crazy to me. I'm going to submit at home before I submit outside, because that should be the safe space. I noticed something and I started thinking about things. I was still in Alabama at the time, and I was inside the house, and I started thinking people are so happy being outside of their homes. And it dawned on me, just like a rock came and hit me in the side of my head. I was like, people are happy being outside of their homes because there's chaos in their home. There's peace in my home. There's love here. There's comfort here. This is a safe space here. Outside, though, I'm like, ew, people, you know. Greetings to Daniel, Brostar. Daniel Phillips is here checking us out. But yeah, we be too easy to because the chaos is on the inside of the home. People feel better being outside, but what they're doing is they're bringing that chaos that's within them into the world. So this is where a private issue becomes a public problem, and private issues that become public are now the issue of the government. And so this is when we step in. When your private issues become a public problem, we have to step in, and this is where the laws and orders and all those things of protection and security and all of that come in. Because sometimes it be like you jump right into it, and you be like, and then this is what we're gonna do, and this is who's in place to do. And so it's good to that we get to this point of understanding that it's not a dictatorship. This is not a dictatorship at all. Live your life. As long as you live in righteously, no one is going to question anything about you. Nobody's even, we minding our own business, but now we hear some whooping and beating and, you know what I'm saying, hollering and screaming, and it's like, okay, hold on, something going on down the street. I think we need to, you know what I'm saying, go check in on that situation. Because just like Daniel says right here, in community, That's what a community is. They check on one another. When something isn't right, they look in to find to reconfigure the situation and create a peaceful existence for all people within the community. So, absolutely, the way you broke everything down is monumental to this movement and everything that we are uh, doing. It was right on time. You know, this is episode 10. So we're 9 episodes complete, and the attention of those who continue to come and show attention are going to find something very valuable here. And this one here is one to, well, I think they all are, honestly, because I mean, so much good information comes out in the midst of these uh, topics and conversation, and all of this is to help edify, right? Within but it's edification uh in hopes of reaching more people, no pun intended, mores, right? Because only when that alarm rings inside of someone and they recognize this is what they have been searching for, continuing the consistency that we show is going to be beneficial later. You know, we expect things to happen so fast sometimes, but we have to have patience with the situation. And so I hear Kevin Gates say this all the time. He said, anything slow be for show, anything fast don't last. And I agree with that, right? Like that, it makes sense. And so we got to have the mind of a hunter, you know, uh, one who is on the hunt for what is needed, not wanted, but needed. Because if you need it, you will have the patience. That's just like you're in a situation and you know that in order for you to get to what you what you have in mind, you're gonna have to go through something like a class, or you know what I'm saying. It's a process that you have to go through to make progress to get to that point. You know, showing patience with yourself and having control and discipline is the key to anything. So rushing through things is not the answer. You know, that's like the rabbit going fast nowhere, but the turtles laughed at for going so slow. But because he kept his pace and was steady, he never had to stop. So it's a marathon. Shout out to Nipsey Hussle. I yield the floor.
Greetings, brother Daniel. Good to have you in the house, brother. Um, brother Daniel, actually, he bring up a lot about our youth and training them. So, brother Daniel is somebody who I see like our Department of Defense, our security, and him helping to lay down daily functions that do take care of the young men and make them more accountable and responsible to themselves and to their mamas as far as this goes. And I also, along with saying Third World Order, Amexem Trust, and Part and Parcel Order, let's not forget the Matriarch, LLC, and the Matriarch, period. Yes, sir, boots on the ground. Because the Matriarch is where our laws are defined. The Supreme Court of the United States doesn't make law. What they do is they define the law based on the constitutions. Every law that comes their way, they want, all they care about is it constitutionally right? Does it go along with the Constitution? Does it fit with the Constitution? If it doesn't fit with the Constitution, then it shouldn't be a law. This is what the Matriarch does for us. If something comes across the table and we men stand there like, oh, this is the law. It might not be law at the end of the day because the Matriarch sat there and found out, oh, it didn't go along with the divine constitution and bylaws, the Zodiac Constitution, and it didn't go along with the 42 laws or 48 laws of Ma'at. So it can't be a law. And then to prove it, they pulled out the Holy Quran, Circle 7. They pulled out the 101s and 102s. And then they pulled out the Holy Bible, the Torah, and the Quran, and showed us that we were wrong. So standing here arguing with Ma'at isn't going to do us any good, and Ma'at is our highest authority. And so we're not a dictator. And then I say we're all going to respect, you know, like I'm dictating to you that but we're all going to respect it. That's a violation. You not respecting it, it becomes a violation. So I'm not saying it out of a dictatorship. I am saying it out of in order for us to work together properly, these type of things must exist within us and through us, because everybody else is looking at us. Everybody is looking at, oh, what are they going to do? Where are they? Has anyone ever heard like the rest of the world is waiting for you guys in America? Everybody keeps saying that. Over in Akubalan, they're waiting on us. Hey, y'all are waiting on us? Oh, okay. That means we have to get ours right. And it starts with letting go of anything that we know from white supremacy. We have to let it go from the oppressors. Again, white supremacy is not white skin. White supremacy is class and status, where you and I have been demoted from being divine beings, and now we are farm animals. The best description I can give without saying bad words. We're just farm animals to the rest of the world. We're sheeple. We just follow. We just follow along. They say go left, we go left. They say go right, we go right. They say we're a democracy and we're Democrats. But wait a minute. If I go back to the Bill of Rights, the independence, and the Constitution, it don't talk nothing about a democracy. If anything, they talk about a republic. They talk about, yes, we're a product. Instead of beings, we become a product. But if these documents do not speak on democracy, what is the United States fighting for? What are they running around the world trying to spread? Shouldn't the United States be trying to spread republics? Yes, sir.
Did you give me an
Give you what?
Did you give me an
No, sir, I didn't go to the store.
Because it's 2 areas on the table.
Ask Ari, I didn't go to the store. That's my grandman. He loves food. We are not sheeple, but
grandman. Yeah.
yes, we are not sheeple, but we in general are acting it. Definitely. Definitely. Because we don't read. And to me, because we don't read. And the things we do read, they're diminished in intelligence. The things we do read has diminished our intelligence and our divineness of who we are. We've been pulled down. For example, if you read history, it says you were brought over here on an African ship, you was made a slave. This is so disrespectful to us. You mean to tell me that here we were on this earth thousands of years, we were the original kings and queens, but we didn't travel the earth. We just stayed in one place being kings and queens. We didn't go no place. You really believe that? Nah, when we was there, we traveled the earth. Wherever the waters went, we went. We weren't scared of ships. We built them. Everybody else learned through us. Consumption through all consumption matters. Indeed. Indeed. Oh, matter. Matter. There's something I want to say about matter, because we know it, matter and mother go together. I didn't write it down. There was something about matter that I studied this week that really, it's another disrespectful. Out of mind, out of matter. If I don't see it, it doesn't matter. Those things, mind over matter. That's the one I'm looking for. Mind over matter. What I'm thinking goes over what my mother is teaching me. That's what that really stands for. That's what it really stands for. Mind over matter. Man over mother. Man means mind. Woman means the caretaker of the mind. Out of sight, out of mind. But we want to put it with matter, because this word matter has to do with the woman. EMC squared. Energy and matter times 2. Mother and the child. Come on, y'all. Come on. When we go back through the sciences the way they wrote it out and hear what they said, and then take our sciences and put it to it, oh, we see something different. EMC squared, energy, matter, child, squared is the child in the mother. This is where he got it from. Not the mass of the earth and making things big and round.
We get our man, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What did you say?
EMC squared. Energy,
Yes.
mother, child. The 2 is the child and the mother.
Wow.
The 2 in 1. They took our own understanding and sciences and used them against us
Yeah.
to make us see what they needed us to see in order to abuse us. We
Absolutely.
need you
No,
to see.
that's the whole trick of it. You know what I'm saying? And so it's no better way to explain it than how you just broke that down. Now, this is the first time ever heard this to be said like this, or for those letters to be used in such a manner to bring us to this pivotal point, because that changes everything. It changes everything. Now that you understand, even through mathematics, we're still having to look back at the mother. And so, wow, I'm blowed right now. Mandela used to say all the time, figures don't lie, lies don't figure. It's a mathematical equation. And he was all about the matriarch. And so this is even how I learned about the matriarch. So it's like really just like, you put that together so well. Oh my God. And how that just came to you right here. Like, you had you ever thought about that before?
This is what when I thought of mind over matter, I also thought of EMC squared, but I couldn't actually remember what the EMC squared it actually meant. It because it came from him and I dismissed it a long time ago. But see, a few weeks ago you said don't just dismiss this stuff. So as I heard somebody on TV say mind over matter, I was like, wait a minute. You talk matter, pratter, that's mother and father. Matter is the mother. Mind or man over mommy again. And then all of a sudden EMC squared ran through my head. So it just ran through again as I was saying it, and now I'm saying it again. The matter, that's mother. C is the child. Two, there's two inside of when the mother having a child, there's two people standing in front of you.
Yes. And so often people try to have in mind that entity, that baby that the mother is carrying is separate from her. Like, or not even, it's not real until it has been birthed, into this matter, right? Because the mother is actually the the carrier, as the almighty creator is forming this matter. On spiritual terms, there was an agreement made, and that mother specifically was chosen by this matter that has begun to form inside of her. So now the mother's mission is now expanded, because now we have to navigate this new beginning. Basically, I call my daughters my resurrection babies. They gave me a reason to continue living with each birth. And so it's just wonderful to be a mother, to have the opportunity to help them and be their guiding light through this dark and chaotic world that we live in. Like, for real, for real. I'm honored that they chose me. I'm honored that I was chosen to lead in my life the way that I have, you know, to be here today. This means a lot to me. It's been a long time coming, and I know we have so much further to go, but we're closer today than we were yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. And
Where we're going.
my daughter coming was a spiritual beating for me, because my daughter coming was like, yo, you can't be this guy that you trying to be right now. You got to grow up, Dad. I need a man in my life. I don't need this punk you trying to be out here the way you operating. I need you to be a man. And if it wasn't for my daughter, I'm going to say it again, I'd be dead, or I'd have been doing 20, 30 years in jail behind the stuff we was doing, because I didn't have a care in the world until peace, brother man, until I held my daughter and looked her in the eyes. I wasn't going to stop. And I was out there for a second, man. I was, there's certain things I didn't do, but the things I did do, definitely, like my mother, if my mother knew, she just took off her strap right there and strapped me. So when my daughter came, she took off a spiritual strap and went right across daddy's head. Now stop, clean yourself up. And so, yeah, having the children, what a gift. This is what it doesn't hurt me, but it does bother me that so easily people talk about abortions and having abortions, and you don't realize once mommy says, ooh, in Islam, that child took the Shahada. It has life now. In science, you have life inside of you. So anybody trying to come along later telling you, oh, that's not life, then she can't be pregnant. You can't tell her she's pregnant if that's not a life inside of her. In order for her to be pregnant, there has to be a life inside of her. So how can you judge whether it's a life or not and then say, well, we can abort it at such and such a time because it's not truly. No, it's as soon as mommy says, oh my God, and you're pregnant, you have a life inside of you. I don't care if it's 1 day old. You have a life inside of you. And so having an abortion, I don't want to say it's a sin because I have a different understanding of sin, but I will say it's wrong to just have an abortion. You're a healthy woman. You're out here, you're sexing everybody you can, and then in 2 years you done had 3 abortions. No, that ain't right. You done murdered 3 children. That's how I see it. And so, if you get raped, if your health is threatened by having it, then I can see you contemplating an abortion. But to be free willing and doing things of free will, and then you have an abortion, that's murder. And in our new world, that's how it will be written down. It's murder. And as far as the way I look at our state, I mean our state as a Moorish nation. You don't want the child, we're gonna fix it so we can take the child. We're gonna fix it so that we have these children because we need to make our we need to be big. We need to be real big. So you don't want to have the child and give the child over to the state, and then we'll care for the child and know that that child's going to be taken care of. Maybe we
Not
will,
like
maybe we won't cut you
CPS.
off from the child. Say that?
I said not like CPS.
Yeah,
Because
nothing like that.
right, because it would be based on nation business.
And know that
Yeah,
that child might be your next Caesar or your next Ma'at,
right,
your next agriculture person, your next security person, because
right,
that's how you left the child.
right. Now,
But all this,
I'm listening.
say that.
I said I'm listening. I thought you were gonna say something.
Oh no, sister, I told you you're good. You're good. When you
Okay.
speak, I'm gonna be quiet because you're on point with everything. You don't miss a
I
beat.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. I try because it's just a matter of getting the information out there in a way of clear understanding so one can begin to understand themselves. And so can't lead others through darkness if we haven't turned our light on yet. So the objective
Indeed.
is to help others learn where their switch is. Sometimes it's covered in acid, rust. It needs a little bit of refurbish.
Sometimes it's
So
just fear.
sometimes it's just fear. Don't know what that thing does. It turns you on.
Literally.
Literally, it turns you
Bright
on.
light, bright
Right.
light.
So,
And, and,
yeah.
and you, we say this knowing that not everyone wants to be accountable. Not everyone wants to be responsible. Not everyone wants to be in charge of everything. And that's why we seek like minds and why I forward the message 2 years from today. Don't come arguing about the rules and laws that you, oh, y'all just did that. No, we told you before we did it. And then we also said we need your help with doing these laws and stuff. You never showed up. So now 2 years has gone by. We did all our documents. The United States government and Congress respects us. The United Nations is inviting us. And now you want to argue about, here goes one. I know we're going to get an argument for, because this is an easy one. From this day forward, if you sleep with someone, you have intertwined with them. And we replacing the word marriage with intertwine, so you have a better understanding of what you are doing with that person. You are intertwining your existence with their existence, which might bring about a child, and you are all intertwined together to make that child life go well. So if you touch somebody, you're intertwined. If your children go out here and touch somebody, they're intertwined. There isn't any argument. Oh, I didn't know. I don't think. I don't want. No, you are with that person. And now, to be personal with it, I'm gonna tell all the side stars something. If you with a man, I don't want you. If you was with a man a year ago, I can't have you. He is still inside of you. And I don't like men like that. I don't like brothers like that. I don't want to be nowhere next to him. You need a cleansing. And I'm not saying this to be dirty to the women. I'm saying this because it's real. I don't
This
mix with
is
another man's spirit. And I don't.
this is I'm sorry. This is very important. And I agree with you and where you're going, please carry on. It needs to be said.
And this is me. Somebody, another brother might feel different, and he might explain it differently. But for me, and then you're gonna find out me equals another 100,000 men can't operate with you when you have the spirit of another man inside of your body, in your mind, running through your heart. And well, we've been separated for a year, but you've been with two other men in that year before you came over here. So now there's three men inside of you got to get rid of before you come over here. God forbid you had a child from any of them. They're all still in your spirit, and now you're trying to step over here. It's not going to be a good fit. You need to rid yourself of those spirits. Now, I say I can have more than one woman, and then another woman might feel the same way. I'm not mad at her. She better look out for herself and take care of herself to the best of what she thinks is the best for her. But for the women, the two that I'm with, three that I'm with, they also understand that those women's spirits aren't in me like my spirits go into her. I am not a receptor. I'm a giver. You're the receptor. You take the energy, not me. And this is the difference in a masculine form and a feminine form. When I was a child, my mother told me a man can lay down in the dirt and get up and be a man, but a woman cannot. And I apologize. From childhood to now, I'm gonna live off that. A man can lay in the dirt, get up and be a man. A woman cannot lay in the dirt and get up and be a woman. She might still be feminine, but she's not a woman. A woman carries herself. She knows that her most valuable thing is her womb. And women don't like hearing that. You're mad at the creator. You can't be mad at me for observation. You're mad at the creator for making you a woman. This is why all the things that are running around here today talking about I'm a woman. I know you're not. You don't have a womb to claim to be a, well, I'm taking these type of pills and that. You're just messing around with stuff. You're just messing up your own hormones. So, but you don't have a womb. You wasn't born with one. You're not a woman. I feel like a woman. Half the women I know can't even tell you what it feels like to be a woman. How you feel like a woman? You're saying all the wrong scientific things to me, and I'm not a scientist. I'm an alchemist, not a scientist. But you're saying all the wrong things to me to qualify this belief you want me to have in you. And it's not going to work. There's a level and there's standards. And I'm putting mine on the table factually for anybody to deal with and see. And then if you say I have a double-edged sword, or if you say that I am, like I have two different sides, yes, I do. I'll admit to it straight off the bat. There are men and there are women, and there are levels for each of us to be on. I can never see a day where I'm doing a sport, except for car driving. I do like to see women drive these Indy cars and F1 formulas. And I think it's fair in the competition, especially because a couple of women won. But I would never do sports against a woman. She can't compete with me. Oh, she bench presses 350. If I catch an attitude, her benching 350 don't mean nothing no more. Because I'm a man. And I caught an attitude. So now everything that brothers know, you get into a beat, you thought them punches was going to hurt. You don't even feel them. Afterwards, we might. But once that adrenaline gets flowing, we don't feel that pain. The woman will. You get her, and I'm not saying nothing against their adrenaline either, but the woman will. She'll feel it more than you. Her being able to lift 350 pounds don't mean nothing when it comes to a man and a woman. And this is the part we got to remember, and we got to carry ourselves forth with at every instance, because there is an agenda to harden you and soften me. And the only reason why they want to soften me is because they're scared of me. The only reason why they want to harden you is because they want you to abuse me, and then you lost your way too, because you took away from me what I was supposed to be doing. Trying to be hard. So yeah, and I just want I had to get that part out there. I have a lot of thoughts in my head, and then when we plan on coming on, I usually have like 10 or 15 different things. Like I said, I don't write them all down all the time, but once I remember how it all fits in, oh, I'm gonna remember how it all fits in. And that's why the word I'm searching for, it's not double-edged sword. It's not bias. There's another word that my brain is searching for that I know I am. Because if two women are together, I don't think it's a problem. But I do think two men being together is a problem. See, that's my personal. So anybody else can say anything they want about it, how they feel about it. That's cool too. That's not how I see it. If there's two women together, I could be a daddy twice. I ain't got no problem with that. What y'all scared of? What are y'all scared? But you think I'm gonna sit around and we gonna argue about who baby that is inside of her? It's either mine or his. And we know that by who she was touching or who she allowed to touch her. Yeah, there's another word my brain is searching for. I can't think of it. That's not right. I can't think of the word. I'm stuck.
I'm trying to figure. I can't, but I can't help you with that. But um, I do agree with what you're saying. And it is common for men to say just what you said. They'll be okay with two women, but it's the two men thing that is not easily accepted. More so than two women together. So that's a common thing, and I do. I mean, I agree. Uh, it does seem more natural um for women to, I guess, I mean, I don't judge, but I can understand, to some degree. And then I don't, because I'm not attracted to women. So um I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have no problem with it, but I can see what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm picking up what you're putting down. I get it. And I understand your reasoning and logic behind it, is all I'm saying. And just like you said, the woman is the receptor of energy, and the man is the giver. And I mean, that can't be argued. On no level does it make sense to argue that at all. Cause why? It's true. So yeah. And I really like the part you was talking about, the cleansing part, and the fact that you won't mess around with a woman that has just recently, even a year out of a relationship, and then if there's been other interactions, intimate interactions, between that time of being in a relationship, that counts as well. And I don't think people talk about soul ties, but people don't really understand how you just put it. You know what I'm saying? Because if they did, people would take more care of themselves in that arena. And I've had to learn that through my own journey and experience of cleansing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to defile myself, because I want to be clear when the man comes for me. And we're adults, we can have this conversation. This is real. These are things that need to be spoken about, and openly, in conversation, to understand. Because especially from a male point of view, and a man's point of view and a woman's point of view, from the feminine and the masculine, and understanding, from each side of things. But for sure, I get it. And see, that shows that you, number one, you respect yourself, and you respect her, and you're saying to her, hey, I respect myself too much, and I respect you too much. And if you can't show the discipline, you've proven to me before I've created a soul tie with you that you're not the one. And so it's deeper
Indeed.
than just, I'm trying to be in control of you. And no, it has nothing to do with that. If it's real, it's real. And if it's real, you'll be willing to wait. In the process of healing. Because how you going from this relationship to that relationship into a new relationship, and you haven't even cleared the energy from the left. That's why people get into these relationships and they want to argue and fight, and they use you don't, you haven't even learned how to not cook the meals that that person likes the way they like it. They're preparing the new man food the way you prepared the old man food. That's disrespectful on so many levels of disrespect. I've been in relationship where people have tried to carry on those same behaviors that they had in their previous relationship, and I'm like, you need to go back over there if that's what you want, because you're not finna turn me into that. We're not finna do that. So then this is why I always have problems, because you know what I'm saying? I'm finna tell you straight up, I'm not finna play with you and you not finna play with me. Now what I thought we was doing, because I'm one that understands the concept of an arranged marriage. It's a business deal. So you gotta be willing to go into business with this person. And so I have gambled in the in the arena of marriage. And I lost big every time. But I also won, because what I was winning was my self-respect, and I was winning, you know, the right to uh trust myself, and to not be so drawn to doing what made someone else feel better. People pleasing. You know how many people been in relationships with someone and it's all because they don't want to hurt them. They're
Yep.
not happy at all. It's just routine. And
Yes, ma'am.
so I understand arranged marriage, but it must be arranged under the ideas and concept of a nation, not
Yes, ma'am.
love. It ain't got nothing to do with love, because see, if you are with someone who can take care of you, tend to you, nurture you, protect you, and provide for you, then you know that the generations to come will come through a secure trust of well being. You know, the struggle has to not be. So that's another plus to even being a part of what we're doing, because of the principles and the tenets in which we are practicing here is to breed and to create that level of self acknowledgement, self worth, and you know what I'm saying? Self, just knowing self and knowing what it takes. So I don't know, but that's another benefit, because you know that the people that you'll be in community with or in operation with have the same concept. And so you know, you have people who marry outside of their religious beliefs, and then they have to go through this split and this lack of understanding the traditions and heritages of those people because of their religion. Religion has such a stronghold on how people live their lives. And when we take religion out of it, it doesn't take life away. It only takes the stress of life away.
Indeed.
So yeah, we got to get out of
Indeed.
religiosity.
The words, it's two words. I have double standards.
Double standard.
Yes, I have double standards. I've been told this so many times, it freaks me out. I can't remember. I have double standards. I have no problem with admitting to
Okay.
that. But
Okay.
because in my double standard, you can never say I'm a hypocrite. You can never say I lied. None of that kind of stuff. All you can say is he has double standards, and I'm going to agree with you right away. Yes, I do. I have big time double standards, and we could go through a whole list of them. And maybe at the end you won't believe it, but there's a difference between men and women, and I live it out. Now I'm put it on
I
book.
mean, and you're
It's
not
lived
wrong.
out. I have double standards.
You are not wrong. You
Yes,
right. Oh man.
and
Okay,
this is
so
something the
double
world.
standard.
That's something the world will try to shame you for having double standards.
Yeah.
The world will try
But
to shame you
no.
for that. But then
But
say
they
that.
have double standards.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you have double standards, that means that you have to see the blur of the line, right? So in that blur, it's like reading between the lines. This sentence was said something, and the connecting sentence was a complete thought. But in between that complete thought and how it was worded, there's a message there. So you got to be able to read
Definitely.
between the lines. Where the lines blur, there's a hidden message.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And so now I'm glad I was able to remember that word and clarify it, so that if anybody that you ever hear anybody, oh, I was listening to him, he seems like he's double standard. You may stand there and say he done said he was. He admitted that he does have double standards when it comes to us being out here and existing. Of course I do. Of course I do. And
Yeah, I think.
what, as we always say, if you like it, I love it, because I'm not living it. So if you two dudes, I have nothing against y'all. Just don't come over here trying to recruit other people to be inside of your world. And I'm not recruiting sisters to be together. I'm not telling sisters to be together. I said if that's what they doing, I seen it. They doing it. They like me. I like them. Okay, but to be with a sister and then try to convince her of that, I'm not wasting my time. And why would I want to argue and fight with her about something that she's not into on her own? That don't make any sense
Okay,
either.
then.
See, these double standards keeps coming up.
But
They're
you
gonna
on
keep
point
coming.
though, because this is exactly what happens. So then I said, why people can't just be honest with what they like and what they want and be upfront about it? Because if you upfront about what, hey, I want a woman that like another woman, so that's what I'm going for. If you don't like other women, then we ain't even finna go no further than this. You know what I'm saying? And I can tell you straight up, I don't like women. So you don't want me. Keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. We can just go on. Sure.
And this is how people need to feel. Everybody
Cause
needs to just operate within this truth and be about. And when we say be about the truth, it's the truth of you. It's not the truth of everything else. It's the truth of who you are as an individual within the collective of who we are. That's the only thing that everybody has to deal with, is the truth of themselves. And if everybody just deal with the truth of themselves, this world will be more peaceful because there's less problems. We're all dealing in truth. That's all there is. If you're a bald headed man, don't buy one of them rugs to put on your head. Wear that bald, brother. Be proud of that bald. And come on now, all this fake stuff and fake body parts and all of that. Come on, man. Stop it.
I see
Stop
that
it. Be glad of
as
what you can.
I'm sorry. It's a delay, so sometimes I don't hear.
But you see it as
I see it as self hatred, and you can't love yourself if if you always comparing yourself. Because what are you judge? Okay, so I had this young girl say to me, her friend, a guy doesn't like the way he looks, and so they live on a reservation, and so it's a very small community, and he doesn't get out very much. So I'm like, okay, what is he judging himself against? Like, does he have? I said, is it the internet? Is he always on the internet or something like that? On social media. And so he don't even be on social media except for times where he's in the Tucson area, staying with a family member where internet is easier to access. And so in those short amount of time, who is he judging himself against? So then it's an internal thing. Now, if you coming up in a family that doesn't, now this goes beyond race, ethnicity, where you live. If you're living in a household where there's no positive engagement, or have not ever been told that you are beautiful, whether you're a woman, man, male, female, girl, feminine, masculine, whatever, you're not being told these things. You're not telling yourself these things if the world is telling you that you're this and you're that, and it's nothing to make you feel good about yourself. So if you don't have that positive engagement inside the home, then it comes out in how we see ourselves and what we like about ourselves. And I remember growing up and feeling like there was always something wrong with me. I did not like the way I looked. I had, serious complex about my appearance. And so I had to get over these things, like for real. Like I didn't like taking pictures. I didn't like doing any. Every time I look at myself, I would find something that I could dislike about me, because that's how I grew. Somebody was always saying something negative about me and what I look like and where you get that nose from, and all, what I'm saying? It was just, those types of things were said to me growing up. So I had very low self-esteem, and I had to begin to I was 23 years old, and I remember it was Black Planet, the first social media site, and I was on that site, and somebody complimented on my picture and was like, "You have the cutest nose." And I was like, "Oh my God, out of all things you could have complimented, you complimented my nose, the thing that I hated the most about myself." And so it was at that time, and I didn't know who this person was. I never saw this person again. It was like an angel just came to, you know what I'm saying, tell me that they saw something beautiful in me, and when I look at myself, I should see that same beauty. And so it was then. I was 23 years old. You know what I'm saying? So I understand the process of overcoming negative thoughts that have been installed inside the mind. And so this is why, I call myself a transformational life coach, because I have transformed from something that you wouldn't even recognize today. Okay? I'm a whole new being from where I started, even coming out of my youth. And so into this maturity of knowing myself. And so I'd like to encourage women, men, children. I work with everybody. Um, but it's just more beneficial for me to work with the women and the children, because I have children. And it's always nice when the children have something to do while the mothers are growing through growth and development. And so the children are watching this engagement and this interaction take place, and then they become what they see because they've saw it in practice, at a consistency. And so as they've gotten older, they ultimately become what they were surrounded by. And so it's important that we create the village that it takes to raise a child. And so we are the village. The matriarch is a representation of the village. And it's the matriarch is not just women, it's there's also men there too, and men are welcome and hold high positions in the matriarch as providers and protectors. And so and seed bearers. You know what I'm saying? Because without the seed, there's no pollination. Without pollination, there's no new growth, right?
Amen.
So we have to continue to grow um, in the direction in which we're going, and so that's what we're doing here. It's a new wave of thinking.
Sure
You
enough
know,
is.
it is. This I don't hear this kind of communication nowhere else. I like coming here to talk. You know what I'm saying? And put things into motion and put into order. You know what I'm saying? Because even as we're going through this, we're learning as we go, and we're leaving a record to that can be replayed, and we can get out of it what we even missed in the midst of it,
Yes, ma'am.
right? From
Yes,
self
ma'am.
and from the other.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I really do appreciate this time, and the abundance of knowledge and information that is shared, across the screen, even for those who come in and communicate in the comments, you know what I'm saying, and relate back and forth and engage with us even through the typing. So, and those that come on, of course, and present themselves and their thoughts and ideas. And so I'm loving the process.
Yes, ma'am. And so we had Side Star Sasha on 1 week. We would appreciate more side stars coming on and expressing yourselves to the world. Yeah, bring it on. And discussing, what you hear us talking about and give us back your feedback on it, on where we're going. Don't want to wake up tomorrow and find out like, oh wow, these guys were real. They really did what yeah, we really did it. And so now today, after I done left the United Nations and the White House telling them what we was doing, you think I'm trying to come back and argue with you about what we say we're going to do? I'm not. And I'm not going to allow my Aunt Supreme Justice to have to sit around and argue about anything. That will really like send me in another world. I don't want to be in that other world. But you're really not going to argue with her about anything. Once she opened up her mouth, that's it. I'm gonna start scribbling down what she says. It's law. It's law. And if you didn't help her conceive it and bring it into light, well, you missed your opportunity. But now we're moving to the future. So you didn't do it then. You're gonna wait another 2-3 years to stand up and speak again. We're gonna be making laws that whole time. You're gonna keep waiting until they're on the table before you want to speak. That's how we got in this mess.
Right. I'm honored. Yep. I'm honored to be recognized and acknowledged um, in such a respectful manner. Um, it says a lot. It says a lot. He done disappeared again. And so there's one thing when you say it, and it's another thing when someone else says it. And then when, especially when it's not like something that would, we talk about it, you know what I'm saying? And I understand through our communication, but to hear him say it like that publicly in front of everybody, it just sounds really nice to hear. I'm honored to be here. Most definitely. He coming back in, but slowly but surely. Anything slow be for sure. Anything fast don't last.
I really don't like my this little whatever this thing is tablet. It
You
has a
got to
mind
get
of its
used
own.
to it. Yeah,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
bet you. You just got to get used to it. Um, and you have to teach it. Do you use it often or just for this?
Mainly for this, and I
Okay.
make the music on it. But you see, I haven't touched the music. Oh my God! After talking with Brother Campos, I got stuck on our economics, finances, and monetary policy. That's where all that writing came from. Because once I wrote out the other stuff, oh, now I got to put this stuff in effect in order for what I'm writing to be real. This has to happen. So that's where my brain has been. I've been up watching Bloomberg live, the stock market channel, and stuff like that. Listening to United States Treasury on YouTube, and then some of their
They talking
other
about Bitcoins.
no, right now the tariffs. It's not even tariffs. Whether or not the Fed was going to raise rates, uh, tax rates, they was going to raise the tax rate. That's been the biggest talk right now amongst them.
Well, I don't know what keeps happening. I wanted to hear what he was saying, what he was talking about. He said he was watching Bloomberg. They was talking about raising taxes and the tariff, and the tariff is what the tax that they use for import and export. Am I correct?
Talking about I shouldn't be talking about those matters.
Do you know you
When
just
it comes,
popped off and popped back on?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, cause you came back in like you ain't miss a beat.
Because I'm thinking they don't want me talking about this stuff. They don't want
Every
me to
time
tell
you
you.
bring up money, every time you bring up fiat money or exchange, energy, you know what I'm saying? Anything like that, I mean it goes straight off like boop, gone, disappeared. But you let me ask you something real quick. A tariff, because I was trying to see if I was correct on this. A tariff is the tax that they charge for import and export
Yes,
across the sea.
right. And that's why they're talking about the Fed rate as far as taxes though, whether or not they're gonna raise the Fed is gonna raise its rate for taxes. They're at two something percent. They want to be at three, but they're doing good at this two and a half that they're at, but they really want to be at three. because the stock market, wow, if I go off again, you know that this is what it is. The stock market. We wonder how inflation works. All the big companies on the stock market, every year, they're expected to add 3%. So if they made $1 million last year, let's deal with $100. If they made $100 last year, this year they're expected to make $103. But where is the $103 coming from? That 3, where is it coming from? If we only did 100 last year, where's the 3 coming from? Everybody raise your prices 3%. So now, what you paid $100 for last year, you're going to pay $103 for this year. They're going to get their 3%. So now, since that company went up, now this company has to go up. Now gas has to go up now because they got to get the products to you. So now the truckers costs more, and the information company costs more. Why? Because the stock market told them that they had to gain 3%. This gaining of 3% is like a false gain. It leads back to the stuff that Clarence Thomas, that what's the light-skinned brother name with the numbers? Terrence Howard. It leads back to the type of stuff that he's talking about in fake numbers, because that 3% that you're asking for, but you're only giving out X billions of dollars. Where is this 3 supposed to come from? Especially when in your bank, you want to gain 3%. Then they have other things where you're saving a loan at 6 and 9%. Where's all this money coming from if we only have X amount of dollars over here? It's a false statement. It's a false heartbeat on manufacturing, production, and things of this nature. Whereas through Amexem Trust, we have stable finances in an economy, because the highest you get paid is 9,999 pesos. After that, me doing my job, I can't make 10,500 next year. The most I'll ever get is 9,999 a week for the government and my 20%. So being greedy and trying to add on to that isn't really going to work. And there is something in it about getting slight raises up to like 27%, 9, 18, 20, up to 27%, but that's something that you will earn. Now, let's say I'm a merchant. I decide I want to start a shoe business. We're going to give you 6,999. That's what the government's making. You're taking home 20%. When you sell your shoes, we don't want anything off your profits as the government for taxes. Go live with your profit. But know the things that you can't do with your profitable money. Because we'll never let you do a deal where, well, I'm going to sign it with the United States. They're going to give me an extra. No, you're not signing that with the United States. If you want something with the United States, you have to go sign with the United States. But what you sign with the United States, that's you in the United States. That's you in Russia. That's you in France. It has nothing to do with our trust. And that's why you have the House of You, so that nobody can ever say we're trying to hold you back or stop you from doing something. Now, when you make your profit with the United States, Russia, they're going to tax you. How far does that tax go? If it ends up costing you pesos, it can only cost your pesos, and that's on you. We have nothing to do with it. But we're not after your profits for making money. You go be $1 billion shoe man. You'll never hear tax from us. We already got your taxes. We don't need nothing else. We are not a beggar nation, and we definitely ain't going to be a greedy nation. 9,999 pesos. The government walking around with over $7,000 a month from each of us. The government good. We don't have the problems that all these other governments have in the way that they function and the way that they make money. We are stable. Prices do not have to be raised on us. They will be raised through everyone else and through sales tax. That's the only way anything will ever be raised. So the United States sitting at 3%, our tax is at 5%, and then ours will go up and down according to their our tax rate will go up and down according to what their taxing what their taxable Fed rate is. Now we got a thing with our tax rate, but our original funds that will never be touched on the outside because it's not based on anything on the outside. It's based on the work that you do, and that's the only thing we have to judge it off of. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the government. This is what I mean by the Moorish Science Temple being our foundation and authority to do what we're doing. And you see, that's our Constitution and bylaws right there sitting on the screen. And I just read a part of Act 4. You also see from looking around the pictures, you see son and daughters, you see husband and wife. Tell me the prophet wasn't thinking about us when he sat down and wrote this out.
No, for real. I was looking around at it and just picking out words of what is shown here is interesting. It's thought provoking. It makes you want to read the whole document. You know what I'm saying? Like what does it say behind them? So this is here in hopes to gauge um your quest
Yes,
to
ma'am.
find out more. Yeah, and how
Yes,
it all ties together with what we're saying, what we're speaking here, what we're bringing. You know, it's a foundation. It's a sturdy and strong foundation. And so I was driving today, and I was thinking, I was like, or maybe it was yesterday. I was driving. Nonetheless, I was like, you know, I'm talking about I'm native, which I am, native and of Mexican ascent is my family. But there's a part of my family I believe were Moors. My grandfather, um, he never said he was African. He never proclaimed any African roots. We didn't grow up talking about no African roots. And he was a Thompson. So I am a Thompson by my mother, my maternal side. And it's the name that I actually grew up using. But the Thompsons have a family reunion and they meet from coast to coast, pole to pole, and they come together in different areas. But the family tree is always a part of the family reunions. And this family tree goes back, and this doesn't go back to Africa. It's like three generations. I'm like generation four. Excuse me. I'm like the fourth generation. My children are the fifth generation. And that goes to show how far behind we are. Um, because it took them three generations to change the mindset and to condition the mind against self to forget who we are. And so here we are coming back into remembrance. We must remember as the body of the Messiah. We are the Messiah. And we individually and collectively, we just create like a transformer. When we all come together, we become the big body. But we got to come together to operate. A car ain't going nowhere without wheels.
No, it's not.
And if it got wheels and no steering wheel, it's still not going anywhere. If it got wheels and a steering wheel but no engine, it's not going anywhere. If there's some areas on the vehicle that need to be repaired because they busted up and leaking, it's not beneficial. You're only going so far. Then you're going to get caught up where there's no help. And it's going to prolong the progress. Only if you keep moving. So time is not waiting. Time is going to continue. The sun is going to come up and the sun is going to go down. As long as there's life in our body.
Does your family have a lot of twins?
I'm not sure. I know my first cousin had twins. And that was it. And then that was on my mother's side. Yep, the
Thompson. Thompson means twin or son of Tom. It has an English and Aramaic origin and is steeped in sophistication. Ancient Celtic roots.
And you know those were
in Gaelic. And we have to remember that just because we go to these so-called European terms does not mean Caucasian skin.
right. That part right there. Exactly. And see, that's why the movie industry has been so detrimental to the conditioning of the mind because people see these movies and they read in history, and when they see the depiction of what they learned in history, because the history is the history that tells no color, but then when you put it to a movie and you put in all people with Caucasian features, no features that look like yours except for the Alex Haley roots, and that wasn't even real. It was made up. It was a lie. And when people found that out, it had been conditioned through history that it's even still hard to let roots go at this point. You want to keep roots, even though you know it was made up. They confessed.
Yes,
they used him. They didn't confess. They made him confess to creating that story. But where did he get the idea?
yes, ma'am.
What money did he receive? And for what deed was he to do? Was that the deed of writing that book? Then he's highly regarded in this black and African American culture reverenced as one who's spoken truth of history, and then it comes out into the open. It was all made up. He lied about the whole thing. Pity the fool.
Yes, ma'am.
And we still want to be like, no, because Kuta Kinte and Kizzy and them, Chicken George and all them, I watched them. I watched every single one of them, and if I'm not mistaken, we watched it in school.
It was such a dramatic thing. We had to see it.
Right. And it was
Yes.
during that time where it's like you begin to question, and then it created a hatred. A lot of I remember when we were watching Roots and going through that process, it was in the middle school years. The time where most children fall and slip into the cracks of life because you're not young enough to, you're not a child anymore, you're an adolescent. That's a different stage of life, and you have more responsibility and less supervision. So depending on the type of supervision that you have and the structure of your environment, that all determines what you're learning and how you're receiving what you're learning outside of the home. And so it's important to keep, I mean, you gotta sit down and, you know what I'm saying, just have conversations, real life conversations about this life as an adult, so that they have an idea and concept. Because see, why did I come up in a time where you didn't discuss things of matters of the home in front of children? Now, the crazy part about it is those families that have wealth and business that goes from generation to generation, all because they sat at the dinner table and they talked business, family business, in front of the children. And it was then when they began to decide who was going to be the next one in charge, based on how well they grasp the concept. And throughout their childhood, they have been groomed. So the one that took on the grooming the best is the one that everyone is agreeing on, except for the ones that, greedy, and, you always got that going on in the picture. So, discernment and actions of what you know and do is how you gain the respect of others that are doing
And
the same thing.
when their children say, but I don't want to do that, the parents sat there and said, oh no, you have to do that. That's the family tradition and you have to carry it on. You're next. Sorry you was born into this family with these responsibilities, but you're going to do this. You're going to be the next lawyer. You're going to be the next doctor. You're going. Whereas they taught us, oh, don't force your child into anything and don't tell them they have to do. Who are y'all talking to? That's not how you raise yours. So how are you teaching us? Why do you think you have a right to oh, I get it. If we did that, then we would be as strong and as powerful as you, and you can't allow that, right? Because then if I sit there and tell my child what they're going to do, then I have just as much power as you do in the world, right? And that's what you're trying to stop. But they sure enough do it. They even still arrange marriages based around their families and careers and relationships. And what country and nation you want to be a part of. They still arrange marriages. We're
That's
the
why they got
ones.
the country clubs where you have to
Girl,
be a part of a country club that is associated with a certain community of people, and they go to this country club, and so they know if you're here, you got something to talk with, and it ain't got no language.
yes, ma'am.
You in a
And so,
position where you can make things happen. You can make people do things for you.
yes, ma'am. And
Yep.
so now, Prophet Noble Drew Ali and the Moorish Science Temples, we got country clubs too. We're just not operating them correctly and
Right.
effectively. That's what the
Right.
problem is.
That is country clubs.
I
And
say
you want to know
some of
that.
these
So
sheep,
listen to the name, country
well,
clubs.
country, yes, ma'am,
And so
country,
they're operating as a union. They're paying their dues. And because they're paying their dues, they can use the facility however they choose with
yes,
what's
ma'am,
available. And they're providing what's available also with monies that doesn't crinkle or jingle. It's credit,
indeed, indeed,
and it's credit on trust.
indeed,
So basically, what you're saying and how you're introducing a Mexim Trust and the pay size and the process of how you gain is exactly that.
yes,
Okay.
ma'am, yes, ma'am, and so this is really the scary part to me. I have to go back through my papers and dig it out. But even saying that the government makes 9,999, that person gets 20, and then that breakdown table, huh? You can compare it to what's going on out here. And it's almost the same thing. As far as them running their government, there's a trust, what people get out of the government, how much you make to be president. It all breaks down. It just, I swear I did not get the information from them and then put Amexem Trust down. I went into the workshop of the mind. I had a conversation with my aunt first because everything has to be done in justice. Then after that conversation, Tahuti came and started whispering to me. And then Asar and Aset came and started whispering to me. And I started writing in the numbers and putting them down and then giving them a level and stuff like that, and just started doing it and just letting the energies just flow from that. But then I wanted to know, how did Bitcoins just get on like that? So I went and looked up Bitcoin. And after I looked up Bitcoin, seeing the relation to United States money, it led me to a whole flood of economic information. And in that economic information, it's the same tables. This is what they did. And then they took it and told you and I that we had to earn it on an hourly basis at less than its value. And that's where you and I lose at, where being black and African American comes into play on earning this on an hourly basis when they could have easily just gave you 6%, 9%, 10%. Instead, they turn in an hourly basis, which diminished your ability to earn. I said, I'll
Labor
be darned.
is labor is slavery. So what is due to us What you're saying
what you're saying
and what I'm
and
hearing,
what
what you
I'm
said
hearing, what you
earlier
said
and what you're
earlier and
saying
what you're
now,
saying now.
all you have to do
All you have
is
to do is
inhale and
inhale and
exhale.
exhale.
Be alive
Be
because it's
alive because it's
already
already
yours.
yours.
You can
Yes,
choose
ma'am.
You can
choose it not
choose
by
it not
continuing to
by
call
continuing to
yourself
call yourself
black and African
black and
American
African
because with
American
those
because with those
misnomers
misnomers
and that those
and that
titles,
title,
those
those
boundaries and
boundaries and
borders,
borders,
you are not
you are
going
not
to
going to
have
have
access
access
because there's going to
because
be a
there's going to
debt
be a
against
debt
you
against you
from this side
from this side
because
That we
because
are
your
paying.
your
alliance is
alliance
not
is
with
not with
the
the
procedures that must
procedures that
be in
must be
place
in
to
place
move
to
forward
move forward
with it.
with it.
I get
I get,
I'm getting what you're putting
get what you
down.
put down.
Like it's
Yes,
been
Like
ma'am.
it's taken me
it's
some
taken
time to
some
grasp
time
the
to
concept.
grasp
Like
the
I
concept. Like I
understood,
understood,
but
but
that deeper
that deeper
understanding of
understanding
how
of how
to make it
to
make
make
sense
it
to
make
other
sense to
people.
other people.
Because
Because
it could make sense
it
to
could make
me.
sense to me.
It could make sense.
It
It
could make sense.
obviously makes sense to
Obviously, it makes
you
sense to you
because it
because
came from
it
you.
came from you.
But once you're
But
able
once
to
you
get
are able
me
to
to
get me to
understand, to be
understand,
able to
to be
tell
able
someone
to tell
else,
someone else,
then
then
you've done
you've
not just
done
me,
not just me,
others as well.
others as
But I
well.
can only
But
speak
I
for
can
me,
speak for
and
me.
I don't hear
I don't
anybody
hear
else talking
anybody
about
talking
Amexem
about
Trust and
Amexem
pay
Trust and
size.
pay size.
I see a
I
lot of
hear
people
a lot of
listening and
people
taking in
listening
the
and taking in
information, but I
information,
don't
but
hear
I
or
don't
see
hear or
anyone
see
else
anyone
using the
else using the
terminology
terminology
and
and
un, and
un,
putting
and
more
putting more
in
in
connection
connection
with
with
that idea
that
and concept
and
based on the
concept
work that
based on
they're
the work
doing.
that they're doing.
So
So
that's the
that's
measuring stick
measuring stick
to how I
to how
operate
I
with you
operate with you,
or how
Yes,
we
or how
ma'am.
we
operate with
operate
you.
with you.
You know what I'm
Yes,
You
saying?
ma'am.
know what I'm saying?
Um,
Um,
everyone they're
everyone,
like
like,
we understand the
we understand
concepts of
the
the
concept
Messiah
of the
Code,
Messiah code,
so we
so we
often
often
bring up
bring up
the Messiah
the
Code to
Messiah
Right.
code to
make a
make a
connecting
connecting
point
point
to
to,
creating the
creating
puzzle,
the puzzle,
putting the pieces
putting the
together.
pieces together.
And so there's an
And so
obvious
there's an obvious
connection.
connection.
So now that
So
we've
now that we
connected,
connect,
now we must
now we must
interchange and
interchange and
exchange to
exchange to
continue to
continue
build
to
and
build and
duplicate
duplicate
the
the
space
space
to getting to the
to
next
getting to the next
piece of
piece
the puzzle.
of the puzzle.
You know what I'm
Yes, ma'am.
saying?
You know what I'm saying?
I
And
like how
you
this
I
saying the
like how
flowing.
this
Messiah code, one of the things Brother Lazarus said, whatever we need. I think it would be optional for, and that's the wrong word. I think it'd be beneficial for the Messiah code from now on. You're going to make our birth certificates for our nation and our children. The Messiah code being acting as our Vatican should make
You
our
know,
birth
he
certificates.
he's already
he's
been in the
already been in the
process
process
of doing
of
that.
doing that.
That with time
With time,
things
things
change and
change
whatnot,
and whatnot,
and
and
moving around and
moving
things and
around and
getting
getting
resettled and
settled,
situated.
situated.
Um, you
Uh,
can't really
you
put
can't
into
really put
action
into
those things,
action
but he
those
has
things, but he
spoken
has spoken
about this even
about this
before
even before
you and I met.
you and I met.
Um, it's
Uh,
always
it's
been a
all
part of his
a part of his
plan,
plan.
as far as
As
I
far as
have
I have
observed, as I
observed,
have
as
been
I have been
a student.
a student,
And so,
and so
yeah, I can see
yeah, I
that
can see that
happening.
happen.
Um,
Uh,
and I think I'm
I'm
quite
quite
sure
sure
he would be
he would
open
be open
to
to
that,
that
because he's already
he's already
in the
in the
process,
process,
of doing that.
of doing.
Okay,
It's
and
like
I wasn't.
and
And,
I
I
lost
had
my
I
book,
lost
and
the
I
book,
hate
and
to
I
say this.
say
It
this.
was
It
taken
was taken
in my
in
storage
my
in from
storage and from
Baltimore.
Baltimore.
I had to let it
I had to
go,
let it
and
go,
so
and so
it, there's a
there's
certain
a certain
key
key
that
that
everyone's log
everyone
date
log date uh,
configures into,
configures into
based on
based on
the code,
the code,
the Messiah
the
code,
Messiah code,
right? And
right?
this key
And
is
this key is
specific to who
specific to
you
who
are,
you are,
and he has a
and
way
he
of
has a way
creating
of
that.
creating that.
And so
And
that
so
is a
that
part
is a
of
part of
your
your
birth,
birth,
and it
and
follows
it
you
follows you
throughout your, it
throughout
never
your. It never
changes,
changes.
it never
It
gets
never gets
old, it
old. It
never is not
never is not
relevant, it
relevant.
is
It is
always
always
you.
you.
This is
This
you,
is
that
you.
key.
That
You,
key.
only you can
Only
use
you
this
can
key.
use this key.
And so
And so
you're gonna have to get
you're
him
gonna have to
to
get him to
design your key.
design the key.
But see, here's the
But see,
deal.
here's
In
the
order,
deal. In order,
the way I got
the
my
way I got
key
my
was to
key
go
was
through
to
the
go through the
baptism
baptism
with the Messiah
with the
code.
Messiah.
And so that
And
was
so
my
that was
rebirth
my rebirth
and my
and my
re-entry
entry
into
into
um,
uh,
this
this
existence in
existence
this
in
body.
this body.
Um,
Um,
and
and
since that
and
time,
since
everything
that
has
time,
changed in
everything
my
has
life.
changed in my life.
Honestly,
Honestly, um,
I believe
I believe
the cancer
the cancer
uh,
uh,
was
was
a
a
reaction, a
reaction,
settlement of
settlement
change
of
taking
change
place.
taking place.
Um, it
Uh,
was
it was
necessary.
necessary.
Everything that happened
Everything that
was of
happened was of
purpose,
purpose.
because
Because
why am I still
why am
here
I still
thriving?
here thriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Not why am
Not why
I,
am
but
I, but
I'm not
I'm
asking the
not asking
question,
the question.
but
I
some
understand.
So
maybe,
maybe,
yeah.
yeah.
I understand. Look, he gave me. I sent him my birthday,
Mhm.
and, and so my title, according to the Messiah Code, my title or my name is El Hayu Al Alimu. And it's crazy because I was born with El Yah. And so the first part is El Hayu. That's the same thing. It's the
Same thing.
same thing. What? And then people, you shouldn't study all this different stuff. But what if I do and it keeps coming up the same thing? What if it
Right.
keeps coming up? What does that mean if it keeps coming up the same thing? If we go to the numbers and we do the numbers and I start getting the correct numbers and then my name fits into the numbers and then I go to a whole nother system and we get the same results. What does that mean?
That means you've
What
been
is
confirmed. You
Confirmed.
don't have
You
any,
don't
you
have
shouldn't
any,
be
you shouldn't be
questioning
questioning
anymore who you
anymore
are.
who you are.
it? Psi star. So the number one, uh, El Hayu, the secret breath of life. Al Alimu, the upgrader of technology. The number one, it signifies ambitious and clear thinking individuals who are leaders, albeit in a less dominant way than those born under the number one, because my number is actually 10. The number 30, which is actually 3, the ambitious and dominant head of the Messiah. I didn't make this up.
Right.
And
And
my
I say that all the time. I ain't make it up.
sev- 1750, my great grandfather then, he was Caesar. I'm not making this stuff up. I can't make it up. If I did, it wouldn't add up to every other system that we have been a part of and we have touched. And as much as the Moors don't want to admit it, I was told to listen to my name from birth. And it was El Yah from birth. Now your name might be something else, and then you put something on it, but I didn't have to. All I had to do was recognize my last name. I didn't have to put nothing on it. So what does that mean? And it's like we ignore ourselves, and I admit I'm guilty of it too. I didn't know these things about myself. I ignored the power within myself from day one because I didn't know about it. I ignored it. And in ignoring it, I harmed myself. But once I got shown, oh, come on, we're not going backwards now. Nothing is going to make us go backwards from this at all. Nothing. So when he showed me that, and that was like 3 weeks ago. This is the first time I ever talked about it, huh?
Yeah.
That was a real eye opener for me when he put that down inside as a message to me about who I am within the Messiah code and how I work within the Messiah code. So, whoa, that's I love my mother. It is only through her that I am me. I love my mother. I love my parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, isn't it? That's beautiful to recognize your mother like that at that moment. Um, but doesn't it really just do something to you when you continue to be confirmed in ever so subtle but like surprising ways, when it just really is like an explosion of confirmation that happens, a flooding of the mind. You know what I'm saying? And
And
that
humbling.
it is, it really is. And so yeah, so you get it. I be feeling the same way when that happens, because it lets me know also that I'm in the right place in the right time. I'm going in the right direction, even though I don't understand, but to continue to have faith and to trust the process. And so that's one of the toughest things that I've had to learn, as I have been cleansing and going through the process of love. You know, I'm not the same.
No, no, we're not.
You know,
No, we're not.
yeah,
No,
no,
I know I am 100% different person, or should I say, I've learned 100% to operate differently
yeah,
than from when I first met you and Lion King. I that I used to get so riled up so easily
me too.
because conversations didn't work. People just kept going. I used to get so riled, and I mean like heavier. I don't even feel that now. I don't. I that
No,
it, it doesn't even come on me that way anymore. And
right.
so, wow, a difference. Yeah, a big difference.
That's exactly. It's like you took the very example that I had in my head and spoke it for yourself, because I understand those feelings. Cause I used to be real go get 'em. Like I was big lion mama out here, and so I was ripping people to shreds, and I on purpose. Then I sit there and bring people to look at you and feast on you too. So
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not. I don't even get entertained by it at this point. I'd be like, okay, I don't agree, and so it's okay if I don't agree. I don't have to continue listening to your conversation. I could exit. I have other things that I could be doing. Like, there was a time where I spent a lot of time on social media because that was like, you might as well say I was in the University of Social Media, and I have graduated with my doctorate.
Yeah.
I can now diagnose and prescribe medication for the temporary illness of insanity. I'm a mental health doctor.
Yeah. We
And
are
so,
all, so as Moors, from birth, from the time we exist on this planet, we are alchemists.
yes,
As we
we're
grow up,
alchemists.
we become psychologists, and this is without going to a school.
Hmm.
We become psychologists, sociologists, and applicators of law, because these things are just natural to operating within this existence.
Right.
And so our studies bring us to all these different things to know. Even in knowing the law, our studies from childhood should bring us into this existence. And we know that just because we gravitated to it as adults, and from what we learned as adults, hey, we're psychologists now. We are doc. And so and from my office of psychology, I have noticed that we have a disease out here called negrophalia.
Negrophalia.
The symptoms of negrophalia are people think that they're Black, African American, and United States citizens. And so anybody suffering from that has negrophalia. They think when they have a problem, they think they have to go get a senator, a congressman, or alderman, or a mayor to fix it, or a police officer in order to fix it. Um, they think they have to send their children to public schools. They usually eat at fast food restaurants and other harmful places. This is all a part of negrophalia and a failure to our nation when you are suffering that way. So we're coming forth with the medicine to heal you now. And so one of the main pills that I hand out says, you are not Black or African American. That's one of my main pills that I give those out freely. And it doesn't cost you nothing to get that pill. You can have 100 of them. I give you a bottle with 100 pills that tell you you aren't Black or African American. You're not a United States citizen. And then we have other psychological things we go through, like reading the census, reading the law. There's stuff we must go through in order for you to get this psychology. But unlike out there, we can cure you of what ails you in this particular manner. What we have to do is, like the young lady I was talking to today, she started talking about, well, what about your people being doctors? And I said, whoa, we don't give out medicine. We deal in the holistic healing. Look, you just put it up there. We deal in holistic healing of self. So once we know somebody has gone through a health thing with us, then we give them the certificate telling them that did it. We don't go for licenses from the system.
Right.
We give the document saying that no, this person is a professional and they can heal you. And so they messed up that Moorish American government, which is a temple, a 501c3 temple. They messed up when they called me a doctor in the middle of the public. Because once I got my doctorate, I was out the door. Thank you for the doctorate. And the doctorate means that I know how to speak the Moorish language to save our people. That's what the
Okay.
doctorate was. So on that psychological level, I got a doctorate from the Moorish Science Temple of America, the Moorish American government equivalent. So yeah, and it feels good that we can do this with our people and put us in position. The young lady said, "Well, then you still couldn't give out medicine, though. Well, we're not pressed about giving out medicine because
The
there was a
medicine
young
comes from
lady.
sound frequency and vibration.
Come on
You
now,
got to come back
and
to our first language.
if people knew about health of their bodies prior to really getting sick, with alkaline water we can fight cancer, keeping it in our body. If we know
And
our blood
baking
type,
soda in your water can alkalize the water.
oh, look at that. See, we got chemistry going on over here. We're putting baking soda in the water. That's chemistry.
Ba- I do. This is how I take my medication now with baking soda, in my water with key lime, and so the fizz is like a soda without sugar, and it helps it to dissolve because you got to think about what the chemistry is when those pills and they meet the bubbling of the baking soda and the lime together, it
Break it down.
activates the medication. It breaks it down faster. So guess what? I haven't been having any tightness in my throat. I haven't
Oh
been dealing
wow.
with any discomforts or anything, and this has been going on for years. And so it was the other day when I had a thought process, hey, I need to take it like this, and this is how I start taking my medication. So that's how I take it now. And the lime, the key lime is good for the body on all many different ways. I don't know off the top of my head, but also for your skin and things like that. And baking soda is alkalizing, and so is the lime. So there you go. I'm sorry, I
So
didn't mean to cut you off.
nah, it's all good. It's all good. So if we know our blood types, you're supposed to eat according to your blood type. So somebody with a different blood type should never eat carrots. But if they are eating carrots, later on they build up some type of clog in their body. The doctor doesn't explain it right. It's coming from the carrots, and all you had to do was stop eating carrots. If we eat what I call dry food. So dry food would be like steak with rice and green beans. It should have been a stew with some water. Because as long as we're putting the water in our bodies, we're staying hydrated and we're doing the healthy thing of keeping water. So we should be eating more stewish type foods as opposed to those dry plates. Maybe the dry plates are good for somebody else, but our people, we should be eating stews and have water in our foods as much as we can in order to have the broth that goes along with your food, and it helps fill you up, but it also puts water in your body and for the purposes of water. And so
That's
these
very
are
important.
the health things that we
And
don't
what
have
can
to
I
go to
add?
college for.
Right. Okay. Dang it, I lost my thought.
Water in the food, more water in the food.
No, I
We were
guess it'll
talking
come
about
back.
health.
Right, but I can't think about it right
Okay, yes, man. Yes, ma'am.
now. I mean, I'm here, but my short-term memory is up in here acting up right now.
Yes, ma'am. It's all good.
Cut you off and then
So,
forget what I want to say, cause I ain't want to miss the point. Forgot.
see, and that's why I try to stop when I hear you talking so you get your point across.
It's all good. You do good. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate love
Yeah,
you.
so
It's one
Say
thing when
that.
you text, I appreciate love you, instead of saying I appreciate you.
I appreciate love.
Right.
Okay.
That was something that I heard from the Lion King. He was always so certain to rearrange his language to put out the intended energy. Um, so you know what? I just want to have this conversation real quick in honor of the Lion King because I understand he just has a really good heart, and his heart is fragile, and that's not a weak thing. It's just to say that the way he operates is clearly out of his heart. And so anytime he gives anything, he's giving you his heart. And so if it's not received the way that he intended it to be received, because that's that's good, but then at the same time he's still in his human experience, and the human experience can alter the heart with emotions. And so you begin to get false conclusions to things that will alter your way of thinking and what you and how you feel.
Yes, ma'am.
So I did learn a lot through communication with the Lion King, is what I really want to say here. I understand that we all are going through something, and everything that we go through is for our growth and development. And it's like when a person's time comes, you can't save that person from what they must go through to come into their self. It's the stripping, you know. And if we go against the stripping, it hurts. It's painful. It's more painful than it would be to just allow it to take place. When you come, because at some point we all break down and we give in, and not so much a give in as in to give up. We surrender to a power greater than self, whatever we call it individually. There's something operating greater than us, and we have to connect with it in order to come into who we are meant to be. So I recognize the battle. I recognize the struggle, and
Yes, we do.
I can empath. We can empathize because we have had this conversation. So not I. We can empathize with that because we've been there and we've
Yes, ma'am.
overcome it. And so the more and more we come together and do this, the more it will be recognized that we've overcome. So yeah, here's
Yes,
to
ma'am.
overcoming the change and transition from the old you into the new you.
And
The
which
new
is
way of
definitely
thinking.
needed by everybody. We need the new everybody stepping up.
Right.
Take them
So
slave monikers off your back.
you got to see the damage that it's actually causing to do that, to call yourself black and African American. You got to see the damage and recognize the damage and not deny it.
That was the funny thing to me when I read Prophet Noble Drew Ali's words, and it just clicked. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me our only problem is calling ourselves black and African Americans? That's our
Right.
only problem?
Right.
Because everything about Black and African American is the problem.
Right.
There's something we was dealing with. The lady looked at my daughter and said, well, you know how we minorities take it anyway. No, we're not minorities. So I don't know how you're going to take it. But if you're going to
Right.
take it from, you're trying to deal with this from the low end, and I'm telling you, we're not dealing with it from that level. So I don't know, but her clarification in that was, from being a minority, we know we're going to get the bad end. We know we're going to get the short end. Being
The
Black and
fact that
African American, say that.
I'm sorry, the fact that you just accept the lower or the shorter end of the stick and you outright speak it, you repeat it, regurgitate that same poison because you don't understand that what you're consuming and what you have consumed is poisonous to your psyche. And then you
The
go and
power of the
repeat it
word.
and you start spewing it out to everyone else, and everyone else is like, yeah, we've heard that before, we agree.
The
Anything
power
that
of the
sounds
word.
different, yeah, the power of words. Anything that sounds different is not accepted, and now we got something to argue about. Okay, so when you see how they do these projects with the rats and stuff, and how they watch and they study the behaviors with uh what they add into the project and what they take out of the project, and at what rate do they do that before the results begin to show themselves. So then they've learned a pattern and routine of how to manage and maintain the projects, right? And each project got a different thing that they're um being studied for. And then they pit these, they have this competition going on. So whatever their mindset is on is what they implant into the project, a project A, and what project B is all about. So then now they beefing, they people beefing, and they don't even know what started the beef. They just know this is a continued war since the
Yes, ma'am.
beginning of times. Now, what determines the beginning? Because when you go and you do research and you find out the establishment date of the project in which you are living, you will understand where it grew from, or the start of it, and who were the founders, what's their names, and what was their life like. You know what I'm saying? What kind of ideology did they have, and who supported them? Now when you get into who supported them, you see how those positions have turned into Congress positions, Senate seats, and you know what I'm saying, board members and things, and how all the whole while we're supporting a family. Everybody's related. They came
But
over
don't
here
bring
and set
yours.
up their family business as the United States of America.
Yes, they did. And X stars out of it.
Yeah, because they continue to breed, and then they crossbreeded, which created a melanated, um, I'll say brand, a melanated brand of colonization.
Yes, ma'am.
They created those slaves.
literally created the slaves,
Yeah.
sat down and made them up, wrote about, gave them a whole life, and then told them, now put it in roots.
Right. But then how did they do this? But think about it. They had the whole separation and the different differences of the facial features, and the lighter the complex, the darker the complex, they begin to separate. Now, what was the significance of this separation and to know the difference? Was because if you were too
Other
dark,
than abuse,
you
I
was
couldn't think of.
automatically a field hand. If you were light complected, uh you were taught how to pass as a quote unquote white person. They didn't really, because they knew that this was the child of the quote unquote master. So that child was able to learn so they could pass, and they could further study the culture in creating a new culture, a new melanated culture.
Indeed. Well, I
So,
know I would be a disappointment to my white master father living in the big house. I would be a I would be a big disappointment. And no matter what I do, this boy still want to run around outside with them darkies and say that that's his family. I didn't raise him that way, and you didn't. But you didn't treat me right either. And telling me that I could go to college because I'm as light as or lighter than a paper bag, but John can't go because he's darker. No, you still hating me. No, I'm not. I don't want to go to your college. I don't need nothing that y'all got as a benefit for me, knowing that these are the type of games you play. My mother would have been so mad at me in the 1920s and 30s because I was smart enough to go to college, but I wouldn't have went during those times. When you told my friend from the field he couldn't go, I wouldn't go either.
I can understand that because I pretty much operate the same way. Like, what makes me better? Because at the beginning of it all, if that's how you see them, that's how you see me.
Amen.
And it only takes one moment for the truth to unveil, and I can allow myself to believe until you show me different, or I
Yes,
can
ma'am.
stand firm on, you know, uh 10 toes down. You know what I'm saying? Standing on business, nation business. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
ma'am.
And that's what I would prefer to do that, because and my reasoning for choosing that is because I feel like this. If I speak it, I must live it. If I'm living it, I'm going to show it. So I don't ever want there to be any confusion, because how you see me is how I'm coming. And I never wanted to be where somebody could be like, because I got her on video doing this after she said this. You know what I'm saying? So, in order for me to hold the position that I hold, I have to be accountable for myself. So how can I
Yes,
teach
ma'am.
accountability or show accountability, be an example of accountability, if I'm not doing that?
Yes,
A lot of
ma'am.
people get on this internet and they make you believe that they got it all together. Their life is without any flaws. You would think, I got see all these women And I'm like, oh my goodness, how they so tight and firm like that? I ain't knowing that they wearing some stuff up under their clothes that got them snatched like that, while I'm over here feeling some kind of way about my natural body. They all snatched up with some elastics and rubber bands and stuff. And I'm like, oh, so that's all I got to do is put that on to do. Well, I mean, when they take it off, they look like me and probably worse.
And see that brings me back to the whole beginning of where we started. If you think I'm a different person in real life than what you see on in these social sites, you're making a mistake with me. You're not gonna like me. If you don't like me on the social media, you won't like me in real person. You doubly not like me in real person, because then
No,
you
for
get to
real.
see outside of these 3 to 4 hours. Oh wait, he still holds to this. Yes, I do. You thought I just got on there to say something? Don't you see I didn't charge you no money while I was on there? Because I'm
Right.
not for sale. I'm not for sale in any kind of way. I'm not waiting to make a deal any daggone weird. I will turn you in the next time I'm on that social media site. Don't play with me. No, people don't have that realness inside of them. And even like, once again, not to harp on our women, but being that I'm a man, I never had a relationship with a man to compare it. A lot of women take men as like carbon copies of each other, and because he told you he would do or he wouldn't do, and then 2 3 months later he did or didn't do, the women take it as that's how all men are.
Okay.
Then you run
Yeah,
into
but
somebody like me
hmm
and can't believe that, or it unnerves them, because everything I said I'm about, right? And you thought I was going to change my mind, so you did stuff thinking I was going to change my mind. Now I showed up and you see I didn't change my mind, so now you feel uneasy about it because in your mind I should have changed my mind. That just means you're not dealing with me, you're dealing with that guy from your past. And that's the reason why I won't deal like that and I just won't come off like that. Because you need to know, when I open up my mouth, I can sit around all day and not say a word. When I open up my mouth, it's not what I feel, it's what I thought. And I decided to put in action for myself. Either you're going to buy into that part of it, of who I am, or you can leave the rest alone. Because not buying into that part is where everything goes wrong with me. I'm not a liar. I don't say things just to say it. I don't elevate my station. I did not elevate my station. So me not doing those things and you looking for it is a problem waiting to happen. And that's what I see from a lot of women that I know, and just problems in general. When I know people are going through a problem and somebody's telling me, I see the expectations that were there that didn't come to fruition. So now we have a problem because those expectations, but you're expecting one person to be like everybody else, and that's not fair. And it wouldn't be fair of me to do that to a woman because she didn't answer her phone. Just because my ex lied to me doesn't mean you're gonna lie to me. Maybe your phone really did die. Hers didn't, but yours really did. So now, because you telling me your phone, I'm gonna cuss at you and yell at you now about your phone and call you liars and cheaters. Nah, man, I don't do that. I'm too laid back for that kind. I don't like that kind of action, so I don't bring it
And
out.
another thing is, people get into relationships under some fantasy. They're not really in a relationship with you. They're in a relationship with the idea of
Of
you.
you.
You're a fill-in So they're playing
So they're playing
games.
games.
They don't even want you
They
for
don't even
real.
want you
They
for real.
just they're
They just they're
practicing
practicing
how they want to be in
how
a
they want to be in a
relationship
relationship
with the person
with the
that
person
can come and
that
scoop
can come
them
and
up off
scoop
their
them up
feet
off
and
their
change their
feet and
life in
change
an
their life
instant.
in an instant.
And so
And so
I saw that,
I saw that,
and I don't
and
operate
I
like
don't
that.
operate like that.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm
I
saying?
would
would
I would rather you
I
see
would
that
rather
I'm
you see
able
that I'm able
to do it
to
for
do it
myself.
for myself.
And the only
And the
reason why
only
you want
reason
to
why
do
you
it is
want to do
because
it is
that's what you
because
want
that's
to
what you
do.
want to
You know
do.
what I'm saying?
You
You
know what
want
I'm
to
saying?
give me a
You want to
break.
give me
You've
a
seen
break.
how hard I've
Seeing
been
how
working,
hard
and
I've been
I
working and
deserve,
I
you know what
deserve,
I'm saying? You've
you
been
know what I'm
out there
saying?
working
When I've
hard
been
in
working
order
hard
to
in order to
provide
provide
for me and the
for
children
me and the
like
children.
this. You know
Like,
what I'm saying?
you know what I'm
So you
saying?
can be the
So
man
you
and
be
I
the
could be the
man and I
woman
can be
type
the
thing.
woman type
You
thing.
know what I'm
You
saying?
know what I'm saying?
And so
And so
I've always just
I've
had
always
to
just had uh
be in a
be in
masculine
a
role,
masculine role.
and I got tired
And
of
I
that
got
after a
tired of
while.
that after a
You
while.
know, I
You
don't
know,
want to be
I don't
masculine.
want to be
I
masculine.
hate that I got to
I
be
hate I
masculine.
get
Like
get
I
masculine.
don't
Like
make me go
don't
there.
make go
I'm
there.
well developed,
I'm well developed,
you know,
you know,
and so that makes
and so
men
that makes
mad
me mad
because
because
I know how to
I
operate
know
where
how to
they're
operate
not,
when they're not,
and they recognize
and
it
they
in me, and
recognize
it
it in me
intimidates
and it
them.
intimidates.
And so
And
they
so
want to try to
they want to
control
try to
me or
control me
to stop
or
my
to
growth so
stop
I
my
don't
growth so I don't
move any
any
further past them.
further
You
past
know what I'm
them. You
saying?
know what I'm
And
saying?
so
And
I ain't
so
got time.
I
So I'm just
so
grateful
I'm just
for
grateful
this time that
for
I've
this
had
time that
to
I've
get to
had
this
to
point
get
in
to
my
this
life,
point in my life.
Yes,
to
ma'am.
even be able to
To
see
even
that.
be able to see that.
And
I
so
I
another
I
thing,
can't.
So another thing,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say one
I
other
was just
thing I
gonna say
wanted
one
to
other thing
say
I
in
wanted
reference
to
to
say
what you
in
had
reference to
stated.
what you had
It's
stated.
another reason
It's another
why
reason
women
why
act like
women
that
act like that
towards men
towards
is
men
because their
is
mothers are
because their
teaching them that
mothers are
way.
teaching them that.
The women in
The
their
women in
family
their family
have no respect
have
for
no
men, not
respect for
even their
men, not
sons.
even
They
their
don't even
sons.
teach their
They don't
sons
even teach their
how
sons
to be
how to
protectors. They
be
teach their sons
protected.
how
They
to
teach
twerk
their sons how to twerk
and how to pop their
and how to
tongue,
pop their
click
tongue,
their tongue, and
click their
pop their
tongue and
lips,
pop their lips,
how to
how
be
to
the man of the
be the
house
man of
when
the
they're
house
not the
when
man
they're
of the
not the
house.
man
And
of the
so
house.
I seen this
So
video
I
of
seen this
this
video
woman
with
with this
this
little boy
woman,
that's always
little
on
boy
social
that's
media.
always on
They was
social
at
media.
a
They
family
was at a
function.
family
They were
function.
dancing,
They were
and
dancing
uh
and
the mother of this
the
boy
mother of this boy
got,
got,
dude came and
dude
danced all up
came and
on her. She was
danced all
bent
up on her.
all
She was
over, and
bent
in
all
front of
over
her
and,
children
in
and
front of her
all of
children and
this.
all of this.
There's a time and place for
There's a time and
everything.
place for everything.
No judgment,
No judgment.
but there's a time and
But
place
there's
for
a time and
everything.
place for
And the
everything.
boy
And
raced
the boy
across the
raced
room
across the room
and
and
pushed the
pushed
man
the
off
man
his mama
off
like
his
that was
mama
his
like that
woman.
was his mom.
And they sitting up
And
there,
they
and the
sitting up
whole
there and the
party
whole party
has pretty much
has
come to a
pretty much come
halt
to a halt
because this little
because this
boy
little
is this
boy
upset
is upset
about.
about.
Now there is
Now
a
there is
place
a
for
place
children
for children
when it comes
when it
to
comes
how you
to
gonna
how you gonna
express
express
yourself
yourself
to me,
to me,
especially publicly.
especially public.
But see, if
But
there's no
see, if there's
boundaries
no
placed by
boundaries
the
placed
mother,
by the
the
mother,
child has no
the child
boundaries
has
in which to
boundaries in
operate
which to
in.
operate in.
See, your children will
See, your
tell
children will
everything
tell
about you.
everything about you.
I watch the
I
children.
watch
I
the
don't care
children.
what you
I
say.
don't care what you say.
And they don't even have
And
to
they don't
speak to
even have
me.
to speak to me.
I can see it.
I can see.
So
So
the
the
mothers,
mother,
and this is where the
and this is where the
matriarch
matriarch
comes in,
comes in,
and where the
and where the
deputizing
deputized
and the
and the
organizing and
organized
unifying
and
comes in.
unifying comes in.
women aren't so
women
quick to
aren't so
join
quick
me
to join
because
me because
there
there
there's something
there's something
not right
not
in
right
how
in
they
how
see
they see
themselves,
themselves,
and the fact
and
that
the fact
they're coming
they're
from a
coming from a
judgmental
judgmental
perspective.
perspective.
You can only judge
You can
another
only
person
judge
how you
another
judge
person how you
yourself,
judge yourself,
but you
but you
project it
project
outside of yourself
outside of
because you
yourself
don't
because
want to
you don't
admit
want to
it's
admit
really
it's
you.
really you.
So I'm
Indeed.
patient
So
with
I'm
women.
patient with women.
I understand that
I
most,
understand
and I
that
said
most,
I
and I
wasn't going to
said I
say this,
wasn't
but
gonna
then
say
my
this, but
spirit
then my
told me,
spirit
no, I
told me,
told you
no,
to
I
say
told you
this.
to say this.
Most women won't
Most women
respond
won't
unless
respond
there's some
unless there's
money
some
and flashing
money and
lights.
flashing lights.
Most women won't
Most
show
women
up
won't show up
unless
unless
it's
it's
fashion
fashion
and
and
wigs and
wigs,
nails and
nails,
lashes.
lash.
I don't have
I
any of
don't
those
have any of
things.
those things.
I'm not
I'm not
interested.
into
Ditto for the brothers. The brothers operate the same way. There ain't no money on the table. It no money. If it don't make sense, it don't make money. So it's not worth their time to put
Right.
time into it. And I've never had $1 million. I never held $100,000 at one time. But I've had money, and I know the work I put in before I got the money.
Right.
The work, you can't expect money from the work. That's called working on an hourly wage. The real money comes in after the work gets done. That's
Right.
when the money comes in. Prior to that, you shouldn't be looking for money if you're really working, if you're investing in yourself. There's no money. It
Right.
comes in the
No money.
end
no money.
after
Yes.
you've done what you were supposed to do. And if you never reach that level where you've done what you're supposed to do, why is you talking about money? Why is you looking for money? There is none. And our people just don't. This is when I say they don't want to get it. It's not that they don't get it; they don't want to get it. Because once they get it,
Right.
now you have to act in that manner, and no one wants to be that responsible where they are acting in that manner. We still want to be able to blame other people for what we perceive as wrong in our world and all this other stuff. So it's a it's a fight just to get us to agree on simple things. And something
Simple
else
stuff.
that through the 80s and 90s that tore me up, and I didn't realize it until after I got a divorce. Most women will say, "Oh, I don't trust that woman. I don't trust women like that. I don't have women friends."
Right.
If
Right.
you're a woman, if you don't trust women, how I look trusting women? I don't know anything about a woman anyway. How I look trusting women if you don't trust them and you're one? Or is it that I shouldn't trust you as a woman rather than put it on a whole bunch of other women? What you're really telling me is you don't trust yourself. You don't really
Right.
love yourself. And so that's another big thing for me in dealing with women. When they start talking and I hear those certain things, oh, turn off, turn off. If you complain about your father, turn off. Your brother, your cousin, turn off. I mean, you really got to show me how your dad abused you in order for me to listen to that conversation you're having against your dad or your brother, your your masculine cousin. Other than that, I'm gonna shut this show off and I'm gonna go sit in the corner and do something else because the way you're talking about them is the way you'll talk about me and deal with me,
Yep.
Yep.
Exactly. And
and I
teach the
can't have it.
children the same way.
The same.
Yes, ma'am.
So why are
Yes,
So
we
ma'am.
not
why are we
more
not more
selective? Because this was
selective?
something
Because
that was
this was
spoken
something that was
about in the
spoken about
beginning.
in the beginning.
When we come
When we
together,
come
we are
together,
marriage
we are
is
married,
intertwined, and
intertwined.
I
And
understand
I
that. And
understand
and
that.
that's law
that's law
anyway.
anyway.
And so
And so
what that's why they
that's why
expect
they
you to um
uh,
wait before
wait
marriage,
for marriage
because it's not
because
until
it's
you
not until you
consummate.
consummate.
But if you've already
But if you've
consummated,
already
then
consummated,
their
then
paperwork
their
is
paperwork
void
is
and
void
irrelevant
and irrelevant
because you've already
because you've
sealed the
already
deal,
sealed the
and
deal
they
and
know
they
that.
know that.
So
So
that's just law,
that's the law.
period.
Period.
So
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I want
I want
I guess I'm more
I guess I'm
curious,
more
even in
curious even
as in
as
myself,
in myself
why we're
why
not
we're
taught
not
to be
taught to be
selective,
selective,
like
like
appropriately
appropriately
selective.
selective.
Um,
Um,
I was never
I
big
was
on
never
money,
big on money,
never big
never
on
big on
the type of job
the
you
type of
have.
job I have.
Uh, I
Uh,
didn't judge
I
or say,
didn't
well, no, I
judge
ain't gonna
myself.
date
I
you,
ain't
or
gonna date you.
I
I
can't
ain't
marry
gonna.
you
I can't
because
marry you
you're not
because
in this
you're not
profession, or
in
you
this
don't make this
profession or you
amount of
don't make this
money.
amount of
I was
money.
never
I was
never thought
never
like that.
thought like that.
So
So
it was more like I
it was
would
more like I would
stay away from
stay
people with
away from
money,
people with money
because the
because
way I see
the
people with
way I see
money
people with money
is you have to
is
do
you have
something
to do something
to
to
gain the money,
gain money,
and then it's like
and then it's
you
like
become a
you
puppet,
become a puppet
and you
and
become
you become
uh
uh,
subservient
subservient
rather than
rather than
a
a
partnership.
partnership.
So
So
I had to learn
I
that the
had to
hard
learn
way.
that the hard.
I I got
I
played. You know
got
what I'm
played.
saying?
You know what I'm saying?
I got played
I got
major
played
and
major
hard.
and hard,
And so I had to
and
learn the
so I
hard
had
way real
to learn
fast,
real fast.
that it was
That
imperative
it
to
was
always
imperative
keep
to
a
always
separate
keep a
account. You can keep
separate
one
account. You can keep
together,
one together,
but always keep
but
a separate
always keep
account
a
for
separate
yourself.
account for
Don't
yourself.
ever
Don't
not
ever
secure
not
yourself.
secure yourself.
And you shouldn't
And
be
see,
with a
And you
man who
shouldn't be with
doesn't
a man
want you
who
to
doesn't
secure
want you to
yourself
secure yourself
to me,
while they
that
secure
while they
you.
secure you.
that to me, that's raggedy. So
What, to have a
But
separate
to have
account?
a separate account,
not to have one, but for that to be like a prerequisite of a thought that we have to have separate accounts. All right, so just
No,
being a
you should
man,
already
right?
no,
have
you
an
should already
account.
have
You
an
should
account.
already have
You
your
should
own
already have
account when
your
you
own
even
account when
meet.
you even
What you're
Because
doing
what
you
is
would,
you're
is
doing
then because you're taking care of
because you're
yourself.
taking
So
care
when
of
you
yourself.
join
So when
together,
you
then you
join
have a
together,
joint
you have
account,
a
but you
joint
also
account, but
still
you
keep
also
both of
still
you
both of
still
you
keep
still keep
something for
something
yourself
for
while you're
yourself
also
while you're also
investing into the
investing
union.
into the union.
It's a
It's a
business.
business.
so
And if you don't
this is
And if
secure
you don't secure
yourself, then how you
yourself,
going to be
then how
secure
you
with
gonna be
someone
secure with
else?
someone else?
this is my whole idea. So this is my idea. The money that I make, 66% goes into my house. And if
That's
I'm
the
with
joint
her,
That's
account.
the joint account.
I don't need my name on that account. I don't need none of that money back. That money was for the house and the kids. How much of it you got left? I probably gotta go in my pockets in the 33% and give you some more because you should be paying the rent, the light, the gas, whatever insure out of that 66%. You need clothes, the kid need clothes, food,
No,
all of
see,
that
it's
comes out of that.
important.
Important.
It's
It
important
is important
for your name
for
to be
your
there
name to be there
because you can never be
because you can
denied
never
your
be denied
input.
for input.
I got a key to the house. What am I being denied?
I mean,
I
not so
mean,
much
not
as
so
that.
much as that.
When
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 your children
your children
understand your
understand
role,
your role,
you can't be
you can't
absent
be
in no
absent in
factor.
no fact.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
I'm trying to understand. All right, so
It
It
everything is being
everything
taken care of, and if it looks like mommy is doing everything and it's not really a discussion like that, then
then
they don't know.
they don't
Well, my dad
well,
never
I'm not
did anything for us, but the whole
for
time you
the
was
whole
putting
time
into the
put
pot
into the
that your
pot
name wasn't
that your
on.
name was on.
if she's a real woman, she gonna tell him.
Well,
I
you're
didn't do this
Well,
by
absolutely
you're
myself.
right about
absolutely
that.
right.
You're absolutely
He
right
You're
get
about that.
absolutely right about that.
But what I'm saying
But what
here
I'm
is
saying,
you don't know
you
that
don't
all the time.
no, no. You're right. You're right, and that's why I got a divorce now because
Exactly.
exactly
it's not always known. But
Right.
see,
right.
and that's what I'm saying. See, I can't take that in what happened with her into another relationship. So even in a
But
new relationship, I would still give up the money because you supposed to be taking care of the house. I don't want to hear nothing from nowhere about nothing. Nobody should be hungry. Lights shouldn't go off. Gas should stay. Everything should stay the way it is. So I'm gonna give you the money. When I come home, you can have the money. I got 33% of what I made in my pocket. I can go to a hotel. I can go sleep in the streets and get up and be a man. You can't sleep in the street and be a woman. So that's my reason for I don't care if the whole house is Pepto Bismol pink. If that's how she's comfortable, then that's what we're gonna be living in, a Pepto Bismol house. What after that, I don't understand what me as a man, what do I really want? The house is her and the children's. I'm really just borrowing space while I'm in here. It's not mine to. I should be leaving in the morning. She should be staying home. She needs to be more comfortable than me inside of that house. Now, if she's a real woman and an adult, she realizes that I'm giving over the majority of my money to this house. And if she needs more, she can come see me for more. And it's not an argument about her having the more because everything is being taken care of. So that eventually the children, as they get older, they realize, yo, this dude come home and he empty out his bank account to her. And then if she needs more, she gets that too. My daughters will see that if nothing else. Because this is how a man's supposed to do with you. You shouldn't want. I kind of did tell my daughter that too. You shouldn't want. But when he comes through that door of his own free will, he should be emptying his pockets out to you and keep something for himself. But he should empty his pockets out to you because you're the one establishing the home, not him. And the way we live out here today, I could leave the house and not come back at any given moment, either be dead or in jail. So what am I, or in the hospital? So what am I losing by actually giving you the money? And later on, if things go wrong, then we could turn around and say you was dirty about it, then you was dirty about it. Because even in the end, I asked, what should I have been stingy with my money? What was it that I would have had to do that wouldn't have brought us to this point? And I realized, I swear I'm not saying this to be funny. I'm saying it because it's real. If I had smacked her around a little bit, right now we probably be talking and she'd be right here happy as hell. And I swear to God, and I'm only saying that because she did say things to me like a real man would have smacked me by now. A real man would have beat me by now. My father and mother used to fight. These were her words. That her parents used to get together and box it out in the living room. Her parents ended up getting a divorce, but to her being young, for some reason that meant something to her. Like, I love you so much, I'm willing to fight you. But I love you so much, I can't put my hands on you. I don't know how to put my hands on you because I put my hands on people and I didn't love them. And so I know where it goes. But now you feel like I should put my hands on you. That, but giving up the money, it's her house, her money. Just give it to her. Your My name don't need to be on that bank account in order to secure this house. And according to we got married, now we got a piece of paper. If anything goes wrong, everybody knows half that money's mine. Or if something happens to you, I can walk into the bank and just claim it. I got the marriage certificate or whatever document to walk in and claim whatever. So me running in the bank and putting my name on it's like, yo, that's too much for me. That kind of messes everything up, draws everything in another city. And it's kind of like I don't trust you, and that's why I need to have my name on it. And I don't. If I don't trust you, I'd rather not be with you. I care less if you was Holly Berry.
Okay, well, you know what? If that's the ideology and that the young men will be brought up to understand, this is how you operate as a man. Um, I agree. You can't argue with them.
Yeah,
You
there
know.
should be no holds. I don't understand it. Somebody else will tell me, no, you got to have. I know there are other brothers would have other views on it. This is just how I see it for me. In order for
I
me to be
mean,
comfortable, I
no,
don't.
that's. I mean, I feel where you're coming from, and your logic and reasoning behind it is valid. And any woman that argue against that is trying to be a man. I ain't trying to be a man. I want to be. Let me be a woman, please. Shoot. I stay home and cook and clean and you know what I'm saying. Make sure the clothes is
my
washed, folded, and put up.
my daughter doesn't carry bags in the house and stuff. When she gets here with the bags, grandson, let's go. It's time to get the bags out the car. She already went shopping. How she look carrying all these bags up the stairs? She don't have to carry nothing. When she come home from work, if I meet her outside when she come home from work, she doesn't carry her bag in the house. I carry her bag into the house for her. No matter what I'm doing, I'll stop and go get her bags and bring her bags upstairs for her. She has to carry herself. She was out all day. She's tired. It's my daughter. She's a woman. Let her relax. Let her have some breathing room and deal with herself in a comfortable way. And then when I notice when I carry the bag upstairs, like it's summertime right now, she won't even come upstairs. She'll sit on the porch for a minute and like collect herself, talk on the phone or smoke her cigarette or whatever, and sit outside on the porch for an hour or two before she comes upstairs and then starts doing stuff in the house. So it's kind of like a benefit for her,
Hmm.
and to have that kind of service. Once she reaches the front door, she can relax. Or she went shopping all day, now she comes home to the house, she wants to run in the bathroom, but the bags got to come in the house first. No, you go to the bathroom. By the time you come out, all the bags are in the kitchen. What are we overworking you for? It don't make any sense. And what do I hope to get out of it later except an argument and a fight? Because now you're really tired and stuff. And I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get
Well, I don't know what you're trying to get because it seems like you got it. Other people need to get it
it. Oh well, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
for real.
Yeah.
You don't hear a lot of men talking like this. A lot of men they get on this social media platform and they
they
downrate women.
downgrade
You know,
women.
they don't
They don't
they have a
they
wife
have a wife
or a woman
or a
in their
woman
life,
in their life,
and
and
they have no
they
respect
have
for
no
women
respect for
whatsoever.
women
They're not
whatsoever. They're not
showing this
showing
level
this
of
level of
maturity
maturity
as a man,
as a man,
and how a man
and
is to
how a
treat a
man is
woman.
to treat a woman.
I think this is
I think
a
this is
very
a very
important
important
key
key
to
to
the
the
deprogramming and
deprogramming and
reprogramming, and
reprogramming, and
how to
how
be
to
a man and
be a
how to
man,
be a
how to
woman.
be a woman.
To have these
To
types of
have types of
conversations to open
conversations
the
to open the
gateway of
gateway of
understanding,
understanding.
how we have
How
seen
we
it
have
done for
seen
so
it done
long it's
for
not
so
the
long
right
is not
way.
the right way.
you know
You
um
know, um,
and knowing that it's
and
not the
knowing that
right
it's
way,
not
there
the
would
right way,
be
there would be
less
less
separation
separation
and more
and more
unification
unification
and healthy
and
growth in
healthy
family.
growth in family.
You know what I'm saying?
You know
And
what I'm
business
saying?
and
And
things
business
like
and
that.
things like that.
Yes,
People
ma'am.
don't
People
usually
don't usually
uh
uh,
stay still
stay still
or
or
migrate together.
migrate
You know
together.
what I'm saying?
You
It's
know what
so
I'm
much
saying? So
division
much
in the world.
division.
I'm tired of
I'm tired of
separation and division.
separation and division.
You know
Yes,
what I'm
we are.
saying?
You know what I'm saying?
We we are
We
we are
we are
tired of
we are
separation
tired of
and division. This
separation
is
and
why we are
why
here
we are
now,
here now.
and continue to
And
come
continue to
here
come here
to
to
speak this
speak
message
this message
of
of,
of love,
and
truth,
of
peace,
love,
freedom, and
truth, peace,
justice.
freedom, and justice.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
know what I'm
You
saying?
know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Uh,
ma'am.
Yeah.
A right
yeah,
And
mind and I and I.
yeah, right
yeah,
mind and I
right.
and I.
Uh,
So I'm
I'm
tired.
I'm tired.
Yes,
Um,
ma'am.
I'm hungry,
Um,
and it's late.
in this day,
So
Yes,
it's time
ma'am.
for
And
me to go to
I
bed.
gotta be at a funeral in 7 hours. Oh my God.
Oh goodness.
oh,
Yeah, get you some
yeah, get you
rest,
some rest,
and
and
thank you
thank
again for
you again
bringing a
for
lot of this
bringing a lot of
information to
this
light,
information to light,
uh,
uh,
making it easy to
making it easy to
digest
digest
where we're going,
where we're going,
and
and
how we're to get
how we're
there,
to get there,
and just
and
being a great
just being a
example of
great
what it is to
example of
be a
what it is
man.
to be a man.
Thank you, Side Star.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
thank
Thank you. Put a lot of work into us.
Yes,
you. Yeah,
a lot of work
I don't
being
want
done.
to be in the.
And it's going to be
And
so
it's gonna be
rewarding
so
at the
rewarding
payoff.
at the payoff.
Like,
Like,
and we don't even
and
know
we
when
don't
that
even
time
know
is
when
coming
that
or
time is
even what it's
coming
going
or
to
even
look
what
like
it's
when
gonna
it
look
gets
like when
here.
it
I'm
gets
just
here.
in
I'm just in
expectation of
expectation
what we're
of
working
what
for
we're
is
working
true
for is
and
true
it's real.
and is
You
real.
know what I'm
You
saying?
know what I'm saying?
There ain't no play
There
because I'm
ain't no
not
place to
playing.
I'm not playing.
No, we're not.
Right. We're not
Right. We're
playing.
not playing.
We're so
No.
very
We're so
real.
very real.
Yes. And that's
And
why I keep
And
trying to reiterate 2 years from now, certain people around us can't say I didn't know. What do y'all mean that's the law? That's what it is. We told you it wasn't on Facebook and social media. We were doing this in real time in the real world. Then we came to social media to tell you what we was doing so that you could be caught up with us. But you kept thinking that we were just being talking heads. I can't be a talking head. It's not inside of me at all. It never has been and it never will be. My mother once said, "It is better to be it is better to be thought a fool, to remain silent and be thought a fool, than to open your mouth and remove all doubt."
oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
oh yeah,
yeah.
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 That part right
That
there.
part right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't like people
I
that
don't
talk
like
too
people that
much.
talk too much.
Like, there's a
Like,
time
it's time
when
when
talking too much is
talking too
what you
much
do.
is what you do.
But But when you just talking for no reason and there's no growth, no edification coming out of your mouth at all, your vocals just spewing out poison.
Your actions don't meet your words.
Right. You want me to believe you.
Yeah. And so that was one of the first things that stopped me from talking junk so much and just talking all the time. Because one day I found myself wanting to tell this dude I was going to beat the living crap out of him. But when I looked at him, I knew I was going to get the living crap beat out of me. And then I heard mommy say, it's best to be thought a fool. Yeah, yep, I just let this dude think I'm scared of him because I'm not. But oh my God, if we get into it, I see he's going to rag me. His shoulders were as big as my head.
Oh
So one
goodness.
shoulder was as big as my head. But he
Right.
was really making me angry. But I knew better than to talk junk to him because it looked like if he slapped me, that was all he had to do was slap me and I'd be laying on the ground. So it was better just to shut my mouth, let this situation pass, and just go on about my business. So yeah, I learned
That
not
was
to talk junk.
wise. Yeah, that was wise. You got to know. You got to know your limits. You know what I'm
Know when
saying?
to hold them, know when to
Know
fold them.
when that part right there. That part. Yeah. When to hold them and when to fold them. But it has been another great episode of a new wave of thinking. It is always a
Thank you,
pleasure.
Sci-Star.
Yes, and you're welcome. And thank you, Bro Star, for
You're welcome.
your continued determination and effort towards this mission.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
It's an honor to follow Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
No, for real. And the crazy part is you hear so many people that they know of him, but unless it's used in a temple, his name. Oh, people. Okay, I just have to say this, okay? Because I noticed that people just overuse the name inside the temple. Uh, it's like a glorifying, worshiping way. Um, and the crazy part about it is, if you know, you know, and you don't have to say you know. So if you're constantly trying to make people believe in something in the confines of four walls, and there's no growth, it's like they're using the energy to manipulate the people into thinking that they met the real deal, but they are using the information to keep the people confused. They're
Yes,
agents.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
They're the ones who
Yes, ma'am.
out front will speak a message to gain the attention of those who seek, and then capture them and hold them captive with lies and be behind the scene. They be the ones that don't have no profile picture, have all these different names and titles, and they're not living up to what their name is. So I just think it's very interesting how these people are still existing. They're slowly but
They're slowly
surely
but
falling
surely
off.
falling off.
Yes, ma'am. Slowly
But
but surely they are falling off.
the
The
ramp that they
ramp
had
they
was off our
was
backs.
off our back.
And all we
And
had to do
all
was
we had
stand up to
to
knock the
stand up to
plank
knock the
over.
plank off.
Exactly.
We thought we was
Exactly.
in a
So
Thought we was in
position
a position
of
of
helping
help
the one who
the one
had
who
the
had
guts
gut
to go
to
forward
go
and to
forward
speak
and
in
speak
front of
in
people.
front of
I'm
people.
dealing with
I'm
all
doing
kind of, I don't
all
want to
I'm
speak in front of
speaking in front
nobody.
of
I'm
nobody.
like, I'm
I'm
still
like I'm
kind of,
still
because
kind of
all this
because all
information
this
that I'm
information
getting,
I'm
I ain't
getting,
hearing
I ain't
nowhere
hearing
else, but
nowhere
it's
else
coming to me.
coming to me.
And then people
And
are
then
coming, they
people
see
are
my
coming, they
light,
see my
they get
light,
into a
they get into a
conversation with me,
conversation
and
with
they
me,
get me to
and they get
talking,
me to talking,
and they find
and
out that
they
I know
find out that
something
I know
that
something that
they don't know,
they don't
or
know,
something that
or
they
something that
knew.
they
Because
do. Because
remember now,
remember now,
there's
there's
two sides to
two sides to
everything.
everything,
And not only
and
the
not
front and the
only
back,
the front and the back.
there's more than two
There's
sides to
more than two
everything.
sides to everything.
Because not only do you have
Because
the
not
front and
only
the
do you
back,
have the
you
front and the
also
back,
have the
you also have
circumference
the count
and the
and
thickness
the
of that
thickness of that
circumference of that
circumference of
particular
that
thing.
particular thing.
And all of those
And all of
measurements
the
add
measurements
up
add up
because volume
because
and
volume
area
and area
has, well, what is it?
has, but what is it?
space,
Space. Yeah.
Space.
There's a
There's a
volume
radius.
for
there's a
that
volume for
space.
that space.
You find the
You
volume
find the volume
from the space
from the space
or of the space,
or
and
of
this
the
is what
space, and this
creates
is
the
what creates
3D
3D
effect
effect
because there's
because there's
volume,
volume
because it's not
because it's not
um
uh
flat.
flat.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Okay,
So
so
we have to
we have to
understand the
understand
volume
the volume
is the value,
is the value,
and the
and
value
the value
is
is
calculated
calculated
by the distance
by the
in
distance
between
in between
that creates the
that creates
space.
the space.
Yes,
And it's
ma'am.
not the
And it's
same
not the
for
same for
everything.
everything.
So you have to
So you have
understand the
to
method
understand
and
the
the
method and the
concept of
concept
measuring
of measuring
space,
space.
the space that
Yes,
The
you're
ma'am.
space
in.
that you're in.
And that takes a
And that takes a
configuration that takes
configuration that
time
takes
to
time
figure
to
out
figure out
or to figure
or to
in.
figure in.
Like the
So,
way you changed
So,
that.
yep, to
yeah,
figure in.
to figure in.
So, yeah,
So yeah,
this has been another great
it's been another
episode of
great
A New Wave
episode
of
of the
Thinking.
wave of thinking.
We dived
Uh,
into the
dive
law
into the
and
law
civics, and it was
and
not the
civics, and it was not
traditional
the traditional
conversation of law
conversation
and
of
civics.
law and
This was
civics.
a
This was a
conversation of the
conversation of
law
the law
of
of uh,
third world, that brought
third
to you
that
by
brought
Third
to you
World
by third
Order,
world order,
part and
part
parcel
and
order,
parcel order,
and Amexem
and
Trust,
Amexem
and
Trust,
how
and how
those three
those three
entities
entities
are stand
are stand
individually and collide
and collide
into
into
a
a
conglomerate
conglomerate
of
of
entities which
entities which
operates
operate
under the name
under the
or the
name
house
or the
of
house of
Elia
Elia
Shamal Gard.
Jamal Gar.
Yes, ma'am.
And so
And so
joining
joining
together
together
with the
with
matriarch
the
and
matriarch and
the Lion King
the
to
Lion
start it
King
all
to
off,
start it all off,
we created the Empire of
created the
Nubia
Empire of India
for the
for the
purposes of
purposes of
separating from the
separating from the
corruption
corruption
in which is
in
not
which is
serving
not
we
serving
the people.
we the people.
And our
And
intent
our
is to
intent is to
inform the people
the
who are
people who
listening,
are listening,
who are
who
seeking
are seeking
to stand up
to stand up
and to
and
come into
come
yourself, to
into yourself,
acknowledge who
to
you are
acknowledge who
and
you
your
are and your
purpose
purpose
and the assignment
and
and
the
the
assignment
mission
and the mission
of nation building,
of nation
and the importance
and
of
the
not
importance of not
agreeing with a
agreeing with
narrative
the
that
narrative
was
that was
written and
written
given
and given
in the process
in
of
the process
taking
of
your
taking your
identity
identity
by giving you a
by giving you
misnomer.
a misnomer.
And because the
And
mind
because
has
the
been
mind has
conditioned
been
to
conditioned
accept
to
the
accept the
change of
change
name,
of name,
we don't argue
we don't argue
with the
with the
falsehood
falsehood
of it and the
of it and
development
the
of it.
development of
But when you
it.
know
But when you know
the truth
the truth
about
about
the creation
the
of those
creation of those
titles
titles
and
and
descriptive
descriptive
words
words
to
to
create a
create a
category of
category
civilitium
of
or
civility to
dead in the eyes of the
dead in the
law,
eyes of the law,
we are able
we are
to
able
stand
to stand
and to come
and to
forward
come
and to
forward
speak
and to
law
speak law
because we are
because
law.
we are
And
law.
that's
And
Islam.
that's
I
Islam.
self
I
law
self
am
law
And
and
master.
math.
master.
So when you
So when you
understand
understand
Islam,
Islam,
not a
not
religion,
a religion,
but what it
but what it
means
means
to be a
to
master
be
of
a
self, that
master of
means you've
self,
done
that
the
means
work of
you've done
self
the work of self
mastery to
mastery
come into
to
your
come
true
into your true
identity
identity,
where your name
where
is
your
no
name
longer the
is no
same
longer
but
the
forever
same, forever
changed.
changed.
And not only is
And
your
not
name
only is your
changed,
name
this is
changed,
where you come
where you
into
come into
your
your
purpose
purpose
when your name is
when your
given.
name is given,
And then you
and
must
then you must
proceed
proceed
and act.
and act.
Well, not act,
Well,
but
not
to
act,
be.
but to
Be your name.
be your name,
And that will answer all
and
your
that will answer all
questions.
your questions.
That
Indeed.
was my
That
closing
was my
statements.
closing statement.
Well, if my closing statement, if anybody has a question, and I really think people should have questions, we're available. All you gotta do is contact us on Facebook, write them down, come back next Thursday, ask your questions. People should have questions. When I don't see the questions, that's how I know what the future looks like. And I am prepared to tell you, oops, you missed the boat. I am prepared to tell you that.
I wanted to ask you
I
something.
wanted to ask you something.
What are end
What are
times?
end times?
Instead of deadlines,
Okay.
I put end
Okay.
times. You know, a process ends at this particular times instead of putting deadline.
Right. Okay. I
Right.
like that.
Okay. I like
Um,
that.
and I noticed something
And I
just
know
like you said,
something
when you
just
don't
like
see
you
the
said, when you
questions, you
don't
know
see the
what the future
questions, you
looks
know what
like.
the future looks
And
like.
so
And so,
the way you write
the way
certain
you write
things,
something,
um,
uh,
there's no way you
there's
can
no way
read
you can
anything
read
that you write and not
anything that
have a
you write
question
and not have a question
afterwards. And you
afterwards.
do it on
And you do
purpose.
it
And I
on
told my
purpose. And
daughter
I told
this.
my daughter,
I said, I know what he
I
be
said, I
doing.
know what you be doing.
Cause
Because
you
you
made a
made a
comment
you
one
made a
time. You
comment
said,
one
I'm
time.
so
You said, I'm
glad
so
the
glad
question came up
question
because it was
came
the
up
exact
because it was
question
the
that you
exact
knew
question that you
should have
knew
come back
should have come
if you
back
had read the
if you had read
information.
the information.
Are you
Yes,
just
ma'am.
Are you
agreeing
just agreeing
because you
because
think that's what you're
you think
supposed to
that's what
do?
you're supposed to do?
Or did you fully
Or did you fully
understand
understand
what was the
what was
message there?
the message there?
And I'm going to put a
And I'm
code
gonna
in
put a
there
code in there
to trigger a
to trigger
question
a question
just to see
just to
if you was
see
paying
if you was
attention.
paying attention.
Now,
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
I don't like that I
I
can
don't
see
like that I
things
can
like
see
that.
things like that.
And
And
I challenge
I
myself
challenge myself
to
to
always
always
respond
respond
according to
according to
spirit.
spirit.
And when something stands out to me, I have to question it before I move on because I can't go into an agreement with something that I don't fully understand or understand. Like, how does it
And
apply
so,
to me?
and that's the exercise that when I'm sitting with the Republicans and stuff like that, and we're reading constitutions and laws and stuff, those type of that type of exercise prepares us for that. Prepares us to read their documents and the trickery in their documents. Because if you ever read any of their contracts, and then you get down to the little small writing, well, now the small writing done took over everything the contract said.
Right.
But while I was reading the contract, certain things didn't line up either. So I'm either going to be a person who questions the contract, I'm going to read all the small writing, and then have more questions about what did this contract say? Why does it say this? Why does it say that? Why? And so when we write, we know what type of people we're dealing with if they're not asking questions. We know what's coming because there's no questions asked. It's the same thing. People just sign them deals with them record companies, and then later on, I'm a slave. I want my masters. You already signed your masters away. You're not getting those back.
Right.
So yeah.
So, yep. It has been a wonderful episode. Episode 10. So,
Episode 10.
yeah, we're going out with the theme song.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Welcome
Peace and love, people.
to
Thank
a
you for
new
joining us.
wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience. It's various perceptions while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we. And we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now. Wave of thinking. So come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking.
Islamism.
Islamism. Y'all have a good night.
Peace and love. Thank you, Side Star.
Thank you, Pro Star.